Chapter 1527. That name seemed to have been forcefully erased before, but now, the original words were gradually appearing. The word, "you," almost flew out from the back of the paper. Now that she had regained her high god realm, she had recalled it. Then, her name would naturally appear on the Pantheon record again. But the position of her surname was still a blur. Rong Xiao raised his hand, and a cluster of golden flames suddenly burned on his fingertip. As he got closer, the bright light illuminated the name on it. As long as he got closer, he could erase that name again. He hesitated for a moment, but finally stopped his actions. He put away the scroll and looked at Thousand Wine Mountain with a heavy gaze. This time, you have to keep your word. He would never allow the same thing to happen a second time. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the dark night sky was quiet. The night that was as clear as water shrouded everything in a hazy fog, as if it was covered with a layer of coldness. From afar, only the outside of Thousand Wine Mountain was shining brightly. However, everyone knew that behind that dazzling light, there was great danger. Outside Thousand Wine Mountain, from the ground to the air, the Academy elders had already surrounded it and were waiting. Seeing such a scene, most of the students knew that the danger this time was not small even if they did not know what had happened. The vast Qingming Square was completely silent. The atmosphere was so cold that it seemed to be frozen. Elder Bo Yen looked down again. Separated by the layer of golden barrier set up by Rong Xiao, it was almost impossible for them to see the situation inside from the outside. However, from the beginning until now, there was not even the slightest energy fluctuation coming from inside. This caused the elders to become even more worried. Let the students go back first. Elder Huafeng said in a low voice. Who knows how long it will take for her to come out this time. It's not good to keep everyone waiting here. Not to mention that they could not be of any help, with so many people gathered together, it was easy to feel uneasy. Elder Bo Yen thought for a moment and nodded. Then let them go back to their own residences first. Also, send an elder to watch over them secretly. At a time like this, they really could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Elder Huafeng nodded and quickly went to do it. Not long after, the students were evacuated by several elders and returned to their respective rooms. Even though there were some people who wanted to continue staying here, they couldn't dissuade the academy and eventually left obediently. Elder Bo Yen. A low and worried voice came from the side. Elder Bo Yen turned his head to look. Senior Shengwan. What's going on with the Thousand Wine Mountain Spring? Shengwan Jing had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Previously, when he was still a soul residing in the sword, he had followed Chu Luyue to the Myriad Wine Mountain several times. He knew that there was a secret hidden in the Thousand Wine Mountain Spring, and it seemed to involve a lot of people. Otherwise, Elder Bo Yen and the others would not be so nervous. After seeing the rapidly spreading white frost during the day, he was even more certain of his guess. Now, Yu had already gone in for a long time, but there was still no movement. Every time he thought of the white frost condensing and the destruction of life on Thousand Wine Mountain, he felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Bo Yen wanted to say something but hesitated. This matter couldn't be explained clearly in a sentence or two. Moreover, there were many inside stories that they weren't completely clear about. They really didn't know how to explain it to Shengwan Jing. But seeing Shengwan Jing's worried face, Elder Bo Yen couldn't bear it. After deliberating for a long time, he picked apart and explained it simply. There are no outsiders here now, and you're Yu's elder, so we won't hide some things from you. Actually, this Thousand Wine Mountain has existed since the Academy was first established. Ever since then, the 10,000 Wines Mountain had become a special existence in the Academy. The successive deans, as well as the weapon refinement masters and elders, will take special care of it. Needless to say, the deans will specially strengthen the barrier of Thousand Wine Mountain every year. And when the elders are refining weapons, as long as the conditions permit, they will try their best to lure Tianlei into the spring. Shengguan Jing frowned. It has been like this for so many years. Elder Bo Yen nodded. Many people in the academy know about this. Shengguan Jing was even more surprised and didn't speak for a long time. He was also a weapon refinement master, so he naturally knew how much energy the Tianlei that was triggered by weapon refinement contained and how big of a commotion it would cause. Ordinary beginner, intermediate, and even advanced yuan tools wouldn't attract Tianlei when they were being forged. But many little things made a mickle. After 10,000 years, how many yuan tools would so many weapon refinement masters forge? The amount of Tianlei attracted would probably be uncountable. And all of this actually fell into the small spring of Thousand Wine Mountain. Not to mention, a school like Lingxiao College was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If a weapon refinement king or even a weapon refinement venerable made a move, it would be even more terrifying. It was really abnormal that Thousand Wine Mountain hadn't been reduced to flat ground until now. Just how much power of heavenly lightning had accumulated in the spring? And how did it contain such terrifying power? Shengguan Jing didn't dare to think about it. As if seeing through Shengguan Jing's thoughts, Elder Bo Yen comforted him. Actually, nothing has happened to the spring all these years. Moreover, everyone and Rongxiu are here now. You will definitely be able to return safely. Shengguan Jing knew that he was just comforting him. In fact, when the incident happened, he had also seen Elder Bo Yen and the others panicked and shocked expressions. They weren't willing to see this happen. Moreover, that girl was the one who insisted on going down. They couldn't blame others. He sighed in his heart. The only thing he could do now was to wait patiently. Oh right, there's one more thing. Shengguan Jing was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether to speak. Senior Shengguan, please speak your mind. Elder Bo Yen said. After pausing for a moment, Shengguan Jing took a deep breath and looked up at him. You, was a student of Lingxiao College in the past? Elder Bo Yen was stunned. You don't know about this? Shengguan Jing smiled bitterly. I just woke up from the primordial north. How would I know about this? Elder Bo Yen thought about it and agreed. Previously, he thought that Yu had always been so presumptuous because she had Shengguan Jing as her backing. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. He pondered for a moment before saying, actually, we're not very clear about this matter now. A few years ago, when she came to the academy, she was also 17 or 18 years old. Although her appearance is very similar to now, there are still some slight differences. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1528. In short, from the looks of it, they were definitely two different people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to recognize her after such a long time. Even when they saw her true appearance in Fangzhou City, they were suspicious but did not dare to confirm their guess in the end. Looks could be changed, but how could one fake their age? During the entrance test, they would test the students together. The age measured at that time was definitely real. If she didn't summon the godly realm just now, we wouldn't dare to confirm that she really came back. As Elder Bo Yen spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the Donghuang Bell Tower. At this time, the string of names on the green cloud roll had all been hidden. The Donghuang Bell Tower once again returned to its usual dark, solemn, and dignified appearance. I believe you saw it just now. The name that was deliberately erased from the green cloud roll was hers. Of course, Shengguan Jing saw it. It was hard not to notice it with such a big commotion. Shengguan Jing fell into deep thought. In the past, he had discovered that Yu seemed to have come to the godly ruins world. But at that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. It was only later when she confirmed that she had lost part of her memory that he realized that things seemed to be more complicated than he had expected. But he never thought that she was actually, hearing Elder Bo Yan's words, that child seemed to have already become a high god when she came here a few years ago. She didn't stay in the academy for long. Later on, she said that she wanted to go home, but for some reason, she never came back. Until this time. Elder Bo Yan sighed. Although Yu was naughty, most of the elders in the academy liked her very much. It could even be said that they doted on her. She was talented and quick-witted. No matter how big a mistake she made, the elders couldn't bear to punish her severely. Otherwise, someone like Elder Meng wouldn't have been willing to help her guard the godly realm for so many years. Who knew that after waiting for so long, she came back with another identity in the end? If it wasn't for Mao Yao bringing people to cause trouble this time, who knew when they would find out about this? And at that time, she and Rong Xiu seemed to have already discussed marriage. Elder Bo Yan's voice was much softer. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look up at Rong Xiu. They all thought that it wouldn't be long before the news of the two's marriage. Who knew, when it came to grief, there was probably no one who felt more pain than Rong Xiu. Shengguan Jing was silent. He was basically certain that after Yu returned from Lingxiao College, she encountered Shengguan Wan and Jiang Yucheng's betrayal and was reborn from the dead. But at that time, how could she have regressed from a high god to a stage 9 warrior? Furthermore, he had completely lost all his memories of the Divine Ruins world. Anyhow, we're glad to have her back now. If the headmaster knows. If the principal knew that she had brought such a huge disaster to the academy, I'm afraid he would sever his relationship with her. Before Elder Bo Yan could finish his words, a sinister and cold voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Everyone was shocked and turned around to look. In the sky far away, there were two figures rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, they were already outside the boundary of the academy. The person at the front was an old man in a gray robe. His hair was white and his body was slightly hunched. His triangular eyes flickered with a cold luster. He didn't look angry, but his might was intimidating. Behind him was a young man. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was wearing an indigo brocade robe with a few golden patterns embroidered on the cuffs, faintly exuding a noble aura. Under the moonlight, his long robe with wide sleeves made him look graceful. From afar, he looked like an elegant ink painting. The moonlight breeze blew up his long hair, and a trace of demonic red at the tip of his tail was exceptionally strong and bright. It was like a sharp carving knife that was about to tear this tranquil, elegant, and virtuous painting. Iwenzwa? Why did he suddenly come back? When Elder Bo Yan and the others saw the faces of the two people clearly, they were all shocked. Shengguan Jing asked curiously. Who is Iwenzwa? Elder Bo Yan pursed his lips. Lingxiao College's vice-headmaster. Shengguan Jing was a little stunned. Lingxiao College had always been famous in the Divine Ruins world. Back then, when he was training in the Divine Ruins world, although he didn't officially interact with them, he still had some understanding of them. Since 10,000 years ago, Lingxiao College had always only had one headmaster. He had never heard of any vice-headmaster. What was going on? But when he turned his gaze and saw the young man behind him, his expression changed slightly. Because that person was Jun Jiuqing. Iwenzwa waved his sleeve, and the school's barrier quickly opened. He and Jun Jiuqing entered in a flash. The first thing he did was look at Wang Jiushan. His already cold expression became even gloomier. Jun Jiuqing, who was standing behind him, frowned slightly. When his gaze swept past the golden light surrounding the Rong Xiu in mid-air, a hint of killing intent vaguely appeared. But this kind of emotion was quickly restrained by him. Bo Yan, the headmaster, and I have only left for a period of time, and this is how you guard the school? Iwenzwa stopped in his tracks and looked straight at Elder Bo Yan, scolding him right to his face. Do you want to see the school destroyed before you're satisfied? His voice was stern, and he didn't leave any face for Elder Bo Yen. The surroundings immediately quieted down. The elders looked at each other. He had just returned, and he was looking for trouble? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1529. No matter what, Elder Bo Yen was still an important person in Lingxiao College. Since the dean was not around, he had been handling the matters of the college for the past few years. Even if he did not contribute, he had worked hard. Furthermore, before this, he had been doing his job well. Wuxia did not ask anything and just scolded him harshly. It was too much. Elder Bo Yen, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this scene and his expression was calm. He bowed politely and said unhurriedly, "I'm sorry. We are all very happy that Vice Dean is back. Bo Yen is not capable enough and could not handle these matters well. I have disappointed you." Although he said that, his expression was neither servile nor overbearing, as if he was not panicked by Wuxia's scolding. "But don't worry, we have already stabilized the situation and are trying our best to solve the problem. We will not let this matter escalate." Wuxia hated seeing him like this. He was just an ordinary elder in the college, but he seemed to have a higher status than Vice Dean. "Easy for you to say." Wuxia sneered. Thousand Wine Mountain has never had such a situation in all these years. How did it become like this? He took a step forward and approached Elder Bo Yen, his voice cold. "It's fine if it's someone else, but Bo Yen, don't tell me you don't know how serious this matter is." Elder Bo Yan's eyes drooped, but his attitude remained the same. "Of course Bo Yen knows, so I do not dare to slack off or shirk my responsibility. After this matter is over, Bo Yen will accept any punishment." What he meant was that everyone was still busy solving the problem and it was not the time to find out who was right and who was wrong. Wuxia was annoyed by his rebuttal. What else is there to say? The cold air in the spring has already leaked out. The situation is urgent, we must immediately activate the Sky Shuttle Array. Seal Thousand Wine Mountain. The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. Even Jun Jiuqing's eyes flashed with shock. "You must not." Hearing this, Elder Bo Yan's expression changed. Is still in the spring. Once the array is activated, she will be suppressed as well. The Sky Shuttle Array was a top-grade Xian array and was extremely powerful. At that time, she would not be able to come out. Look at the situation now. How could I care about that? Wuxia seemed very impatient. "Bo Yen, get this straight. Is a student more important than the entire Lingxiao College? Before I came here, I've already done some research on Lingxiao College. Shengguanyu was the girl from back then. She was as good at causing trouble as always. She had caused so much trouble in the past, but with the dean's protection, no one could do anything to her. But this time, she had made a huge mistake." As Wuxia spoke, he pointed at the 10,000 Wine Mountain. How did her red-tailed red phoenix break through to become a crimson gold heavenly phoenix? I don't need to tell you, you know what's going on, right? Now that she has gone in with a guilty conscience, what are you guys still hesitating for? If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment. Elder Bo Yen clenched his teeth and tried his best to remain calm. "Vice Principal, whether Yu's crimson gold celestial phoenix is related to the spring is still unclear. How can we casually deduce? Besides, even if that was the case, it wasn't as if there were no other solutions. After all, she is the dean's student, the descendant of Senior Shengguan, and the princess consort of Yuntian Tower. How can we take her life so easily? You haven't been in the school these few years, so you don't know a lot of things here. I don't dare to say anything else, but if the dean was here today, he would definitely agree to this." Wuxia suddenly laughed coldly. Bo Yan, whose blessing do you think the dean's disappearance was due to? Digression. Regarding Yi Wenzuo's name and identity, he had mentioned it once before, but he forgot the details in February, so he used this time as the basis. Yesterday, Ka and Ka couldn't sleep, but today, everything is going smoothly happy. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1530. Elder Bo Yan's chest tightened as a look of struggle surfaced in his eyes. Many of the surrounding elders frowned as they looked over in bewilderment. What? From Yi Wenzuo's words, could it be that the principal's departure that year was really related to that lass? Vice Principal, this matter has yet to be concluded and everything is still a guess. You don't have any evidence and I'm afraid it's not very appropriate for you to make such a conclusion. Elder Bo Yan slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves. Once these words are spread out, not only will yours reputation be tarnished, even the principal's reputation will be implicated. So, please be careful with your words. Evidence? Yi Wenzuo narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed, obviously disagreeing with his words. What evidence is there for such an obvious matter? That year before that lass came, the academy had always been fine. But ever since she had arrived, the entire academy had been thrown into a complete mess. How many times did the principal clean up the mess for her behind her back? In the end, even when she was about to leave, she still refused to stop. If this matter really has nothing to do with her, then how do you explain that after she left the academy, the principal also disappeared? These few years, there was no news of her at all, even the principal was the same. He didn't even send back a single letter in between. He had always regarded the academy with great importance, and if it wasn't for someone or something that he cared more about, why would he leave just like that and not return for so many years? And that Shengguanyu was his most beloved disciple. As Yi Wenzuo said, he suddenly leaned over slightly and leaned in closer as he stared at Elder Bo Yan, his voice lowered very low. Moreover, when he handed the academy over to you, did he really not tell you anything? Yi Wenzuo's words were said with a hint of gritting his teeth. Because at that time, he was also in the academy. But the principal had directly passed over him, the vice principal, to Elder Bo Yan. This was simply a slap to his face in public. It was also because of this matter that Yi Wenzuo was greatly agitated and directly left the academy. Furthermore, in the few years after that, he did not care about the academy's matters at all. In any case, he did not have the authority to manage the academy, so why should he worry? If he hadn't heard that Lingxiao College was in trouble one after another and that Jun Jiuqing had invited him back, he wouldn't have been willing to come back. The veins on the back of Elder Bo Yan's hand bulged, but his face remained calm. He said indifferently, "The dean only told me to do my best to take care of the academy." He didn't say anything else. Yi Wenzuo was filled with disdain and disbelief. He leaned back and took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Elder Bo Yan. He brushed his clothes as if to flick away something dirty. Elder Bo Yan pretended not to see anything. Since he has said so, then you should do the same. If you don't activate the Sky Shuttle Array, could it be that you can use other methods to completely solve the problem of Myriad Wine Mountain? Yi Wenzuo laughed coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. Not to mention Bo Yan, even if all the elders in the academy joined hands, they would not be able to deal with this situation. If the principal were to return, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But who knew where he was now? Since this happened while we were taking care of the academy, we should be fully responsible. If anything happens, Bo Yan will bear the responsibility. Elder Bo Yan's temper had always been gentle and calm, but only those who knew him well knew that he was actually very stubborn. If not, the dean would not have placed the entire academy in his hands. Yi Wenzuo didn't expect that Elder Bo Yan would still dare to be so stubborn at this time. That depends on whether you can bear the responsibility. If he can't bear the responsibility alone, then, what if I join in? Elder Meng suddenly spoke up from the side. Yi Wenzuo was shocked. Elder Meng? Elder Meng's seniority was very high, and his position in the academy was also extraordinary. Even he had to respectfully greet him as Elder Meng. So at this time, although Yi Wenzuo was furious, he didn't dare to confront Elder Meng directly. Elder Meng, are you going to let them do whatever they want? Just for that girl, hey? Elder Meng didn't seem to have the patience to listen to him, and shrugged with a smile. I even helped that girl guard the God Realm for several years. Because of that, I haven't left Mount Pengmin for many years. Wenzuo, according to what you said, isn't that even more outrageous? Yi Wenzuo was speechless. He could reprimand Elder Bo Yen, but he couldn't contradict Elder Meng. Anyway, you didn't pay much attention to the academy these few years, so you might as well let it go and let them deal with it themselves. Although Elder Meng was smiling, his words were not polite at all. Yi Wenzuo's face darkened, but he could only suppress his anger. Yes. Just pamper that person as much as you want. When things get out of hand, let's see if they can still be so righteous. The surroundings quieted down again. The already tense atmosphere became even colder because of Yi Wenzuo's return. Jun Jiuqing glanced at Wang Jiushan, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked up at Rong Xiu, who was in midair. At this moment, the golden barrier around Rong Xiu had faded, and his expression was calm and indifferent. Jun Jiuqing spoke with his mind. A soft voice like that of a mosquito floated into Rong Xiu's ears. Is this how you protect her? Upon hearing that, Rong Xiu finally retracted his gaze and looked over. The two men's eyes met, and for a moment, there seemed to be sparks flying. Murderous intent overflowed. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. Jun Jiuqing's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Since then, you haven't improved at all. I thought that with the previous experience, you would definitely learn a lesson. But now, it seems that I have overestimated you. Even he knew that he had done everything possible to stop her from coming back. For this reason, he even took Chu Ning away and placed him at a place thousands of miles away from Lingxiao College. He didn't want her to come here again. Unfortunately, not only did she come back, but she also remembered everything that had happened in the past. The return of the divine realm was the best proof. As Jun Jiuqing spoke, he glanced down coldly. Wang Jiushan was going to riot, that golden barrier wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And Chu Luyue, who was in the middle of it, was the first to bear the brunt. If something happened this time, he didn't believe that Rong Xiu would still have the ability to help her set up her rebirth. These words were very harsh. Jun Jiuqing thought that Rong Xiu would fly into a rage. However, he didn't. He only paused for a moment, as if recalling his words. Then, he smiled slightly. His clear and low voice clearly fell into Jun Jiuqing's ears. She's my woman. I'll accompany her no matter what she wants to do. At most, life and death reincarnation. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1531. When she wanted to kill someone, he helped her pass the knife. When she wanted to take revenge, he helped her plan. When she wanted to come back, he had wanted to stop her, but he could not win against her faint smile and finally compromised. She had experienced too much along the way. He had seen it all and his heart ached. Back then, he had risked half his life just to let her return safely. If she insisted, she would make the same choice. Then, he would do the same. Anyway, he still had half his life to give to her. Rong Xiu's tone was light and he said it calmly and matter-of-factly. Jun Jiuqing frowned. This declaration of sovereignty made him very uncomfortable. But what made it even harder for him to accept was that even when Rong Xiu made such a choice, he was always full of confidence. He was just relying on the fact that she had him in her heart. Whether it was in the past or now, he was always a step too late. One step too late would be a lifelong regret. Because he knew her too well. Once he had decided on someone, he would never go back on his words or change his mind. If she started over, she would still make the same choice. She still chose Rongxiu. She still chose to enter the spring of Thousand Wine Mountain. Jiuqing, Jiuqing. Yiwen's voice pulled Jun Jiuqing back from his thoughts. He came back to his senses. Master? What are you thinking about? Yiwen's looked at him strangely. During this period of time, Jun Jiuqing would be in a daze from time to time. He did not know what he was thinking about. He had asked him a few times, but he did not say much. Jun Jiuqing lowered his head respectfully. Nothing. I'm just thinking that such a situation has never happened in Thousand Wine Mountain. This time, it has suddenly erupted. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to suppress it. Yiwen's expression recovered a little. That's what I meant too. You have to know that the more time we delay, the more dangerous it will be. Unfortunately, he no longer had much authority in Lingxiao College. Elder Bo Yen and the others seemed to be respectful to him, but in fact, they did not fear him at all. Elder Meng, needless to say, was obviously on the opposite side. Under such circumstances, they were outnumbered and could only watch from the sidelines. Elder Bo Yen and the others stared at Wan Jiushan attentively, as if they did not care about the conversation between the master and disciple. The fire in Yiwen's heart surged again. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed it with great difficulty. Just watch. It just so happens that you've recently become a high god and have a divine domain. I have taught you many times that you must not be arrogant and complacent. He frowned and said meaningfully, don't be like some people who think they are invincible just because they have some small achievements. In the end, they will suffer a great loss. Jun Jiuqing gently nodded. His eyelids drooped slightly, concealing the emotions in his eyes. At the bottom of the Thousand Wine Mountain Spring, Chu Luyue was using Scarlet Heaven Sword to chisel away at the rocks at the bottom of the spring. Compared to the first time he came in, a lot had changed. The spring water turned from gentle to icy cold, and it was bone-piercing. Even Chu Luyue, who had become a high god, found it difficult to deal with it. After staying here for a long time, her limbs began to turn numb and cold, and her movements became sluggish. The most terrifying thing was that this cold air seemed to be gradually freezing the origin power in her body. Chu Luyue could not remember how long she had been here, but she could clearly feel that the origin power surging in her limbs and bones seemed to be slowing down. Clang! Clang! Chu Luyue gritted her teeth. She circulated the origin power in her body, trying her best to warm up her body as she swung Scarlet Heaven Sword with all her might. Unfortunately, the rocks at the bottom of the spring were very hard. She tried countless times, but only managed to leave a few shallow marks on them. Actually, this was already very shocking. After all, so many Tianlei had landed here, and the bottom was still smooth and flat. Scarlet Heaven Sword was a venerable one divine weapon, and Chu Luyue's current strength was much stronger than before. Only then did she manage to leave a few marks on the surface. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave a single mark. Phew, at a certain moment, Chu Luyue finally stopped and rubbed her sore arms. With her current strength, it was obvious how difficult it was for her to reach this point. The rock at the bottom was still unmoved. Chu Luyue frowned. This thing was indeed strange. If she wanted to carve a ceiling profound formation on it, she did not know how long she would have to wait. She was afraid that she would have to think of another way. Chu Luyue raised her head and looked at the frozen layer of ice on the surface of the water. Probably because of the obstruction of the flames, the hole in the center of the ice layer that Chu Luyue had opened had not been frozen again until now. However, the pattern that had appeared on it before was still clearly visible. Although it was not completely drawn, she could still roughly see it. Suddenly, the surrounding water waves slowly surged. Especially on the surface of the water, a small whirlpool actually appeared. There were small pieces of ice left behind when Chu Liyue broke the ice layer, and at this moment, they were all silently gathering. Chu Liyue frowned. Then, she saw that the patterns carved on the thick layer of ice suddenly moved along with the whirlpool. They fell from the layer of ice and condensed again under the ice. 1 line, 2 lines. Soon, those lines had been combined again. It seemed that they were going to form that strange pattern again. Dong dong. A dull knocking sound suddenly came from below her feet. Chu Liyue was slightly shocked and immediately looked down. She saw that the hard and thick rock at the bottom suddenly vibrated with the sound. It seemed that something was about to break out from it. Digression. Tomorrow at 12:00 mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1532. Chu Liyue's eyes were fixed on it, and her heart was beating violently. Thump thump. The knocking sound was hurried and powerful, and it seemed to contain some kind of strange rhythm. The blood in Chu Liyue's eardrums rumbled, and she gradually felt a stinging pain. Clearly, there seemed to be someone holding an axe and frantically knocking on her head, trying to break free from it. The blood in her body surged, and the pain became more and more intense. Screech. Suddenly, a clear screech was heard. Chu Liyue was startled, and she finally regained her senses. Her body trembled slightly, and the scene just now flashed through her mind. Only then did she realize that she was almost bewitched by the strange knocking sound. Just a little bit more, Chu Liyue's brows were tightly knitted, and her heart was still palpitating. Her mind had always been very firm, and she was rarely bewitched by such means. But just now, in just a short while, she almost fell into this trap. This was enough to show how strong the other party was. If Dumpling hadn't woken her up in time, what would have happened? She really couldn't guess. Chu Liyue held her breath, and calmed her frantic heartbeat. Thump thump. Listening to it again, that sound was no different from the usual knocking sound. Chu Liyue no longer felt flustered and anxious. Crack. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard. Chu Liyue thought to herself, "Oh no." She focused her eyes and saw that there was indeed a crack on the rock at the bottom. The crack was only an inch long, and it was very shallow and thin. However, this scene made Chu Liyue's heart tremble in fear. A gust of cold air quickly spread from it. This cold air instantly enveloped Chu Liyue's entire body. She couldn't help but shiver, and then she immediately activated the force in her body. A cluster of reddish-gold flames quickly gushed out from her palm, and instantly covered her whole body. When the flames isolated the surrounding cold air, Chu Liyue looked down again. A thin layer of frost had already condensed on the crack. But the frost was actually blood red. It looked like fine and beautiful rubies, but also like frozen blood beads. It was gorgeous, but also strange. Soon, a second crack appeared next to it. It was also covered with blood-red frost. A faint smell of blood spread from it. Because the water in the spring was not real water, but pure liquid condensed from the energy of heaven and earth, Chu Liyue could breathe and move normally in it. The smell of blood wafted to her nose just like that. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. I can't let this thing break. This thought flashed across Chu Liyue's mind. She clenched her teeth, with both hands, and slashed the rock. For a moment, blood frost. But the next moment, those small beads of the blood, they returned to their original positions. Crack, an ear-piercing scraping sound was heard. The scarlet heaven sword made a long mark on the rock. Unfortunately, this mark was much fainter than the crack that appeared from the inside of the rock. Chu Liyue clenched her teeth. If she wanted to stop the thing inside from coming out, she had to rely on a strong force to suppress it from the outside. This was also why the academy elders had been constantly drawing Tianlei into it for so many years. Unfortunately, the power of Tianlei in the spring had been swallowed by Dumpling, which led to today's situation. Now, if she wanted to save it, the only way was to engrave a Xian formation on this rock and suppress it by force. However, with her current strength, it would be very difficult for her to cast the Xian formation. So she wanted to use the Scarlet Heaven Sword to forcibly engrave a Xian formation on it. Unfortunately, a treasure as noble as the Scarlet Heaven Sword was actually repeatedly thwarted by this stone. Now, she had not even engraved a quarter of the Xian formation, and the rock had already cracked from the inside. At this moment, time seemed to become extremely unbearable. More and more cracks appeared on the rock, and every crack was covered with that strange blood-colored frost. Gradually, it formed that familiar pattern. It was exactly the same as the one that appeared on the ice surface previously. Chu Luiyue could no longer remember how many times she had swung her sword. Every time, she used all her strength. Clang! Finally, the sword tip touched the rock, and the force rebounded. The sword shook, and the web between her thumb and index finger silently split open. Split open. Dark red blood flowed out, but before it could drip, it had already frozen. Not long after, Chu Luiyue's hands were covered with a thin layer of frost. The cold air quickly entered her body from her wound and started to corrode her limbs and bones. Chu Luiyue's pupils shrank. She had a bad feeling and wanted to retreat immediately. But it was too late. It was as if a sharp claw had forcefully entered her body with frightening speed and agility. Moreover, it had begun to pull at every single yuan meridian in her body with all its might. Intense pain came from all over her body. The pure gold flames around her started to extinguish at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Chu Luiyue's body was completely immersed in the bone-chilling spring water. The blood-colored frost on her hands had already started to spread to the surroundings. Not long after, her arms, shoulders, and even neck were covered with a layer of frost. Chu Luiyue raised her hand with difficulty, wanting to wave the scarlet cloud sword. But at this moment, her hands seemed to be out of her control and became extremely stiff. At a certain moment, her hands loosened weakly. The scarlet cloud sword fell silently, drawing a shallow ripple in the spring water before finally landing on the rock at the bottom. The cold air surged up, and the blood-colored frost completely froze the scarlet cloud sword. Chu Luiyue felt that her face was already ice-cold. She knew that the cold air had already spread to her face. That familiar yet unfamiliar aura made her heart tremble slightly. Unfortunately, this power was too strong. Any resistance or struggle she made was futile and pale. A thick layer of blood color gradually spread out in the clear and deep spring water. It was not blood that had spread out, but a blood-colored frost that was gradually gathering from the deepest part. Chu Luiyue's consciousness gradually became blurry. The cold air overflowed and wrapped around her heavily. Her eyelids started to become extremely heavy. So cold, so sleepy, within the mouth of the spring, everything was quiet and still. It was as if all sound had been swallowed up. The silence was terrifying. Waves surged between the ripples of the water. Chu Luiyue's body was completely covered by the blood-colored frost. At a glance, it looked like a sculpture that had been meticulously carved out of sparkling and translucent blood jade. Crack. The final crack had finally appeared. A complete pattern appeared on the rock. In the next moment, a terrifying cold air suddenly erupted like a torrential flood. Boom! Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1533. Rumble. This sound was earth-shattering. The entire Thousand Wine Mountain shook violently. For a moment, the mountain rocks rolled down, and the wind howled. The countless sword chi that originally surrounded the Thousand Wine Mountains suddenly dissipated. Bang! 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 Even the layer of golden barrier that enveloped the outside shattered. Instantly, it transformed into countless golden light spots and was annihilated in the black night sky. The violent energy spread out in all directions. This terrifying movement immediately caused the expressions of the people waiting outside the Thousand Wine Mountain to change. Not good. That thing can't be suppressed anymore. Elder Bo Yen exclaimed in shock. A moment later, everyone saw a crimson stream of water suddenly rush out from the peak of Myriad Wine Mountain, drawing a streak of extremely intense color in the night as it soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a volcanic eruption. However, the difference was that the lava was wrapped in heat waves, while the spring water was filled with dense cold air that was bone-chilling. The spring water gushed out and then rushed in all directions. Wherever it passed, a large patch of blood-colored frost would appear. The entire Thousand Wine Mountain was instantly covered in a layer of shocking crimson red. Even more terrifying was that it was still spreading outside. Some of the nearby mountains were already affected. Bo Yen. Is this what you wanted to see? Wuxia suddenly attacked and questioned sternly. Elder Bo Yen clenched his teeth. Everyone, listen to my order. Work together to seal the Thousand Wine Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, several elders made their moves in unison. Several streaks of divine power of different colors gathered from all directions and rushed toward the sky above the Thousand Wine Mountain. However, before these divine power could condense, it was blocked by the surging cold air. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Those who could stand here were at least high gods, and their strength was not ordinary. However, facing the cold air head-on, they were at a disadvantage in an instant. Soon, the huge Thousand Wine Mountain was almost completely covered in blood-colored frost. Moreover, the undulating mountain peaks at the side were also beginning to be affected. Everywhere it passed, blood spread, ice covered, and life dissipated. Some trees and flowers that were originally lush withered and froze in the blink of an eye. Wuxia sneered. I said earlier that the Sky Shuttle Array must be activated, but you didn't listen. What should we do now? Anyone could see that if this evil cold air was allowed to spread, it wouldn't be long before the entire academy would be swallowed up. Bo Yen, if Lingxiao College is really destroyed by your hands, even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough to compensate. That's all I have to say. As for what to do, you decide for yourselves. In any case, he was not the dean, and the management power was not in his hands. Whether Lingxiao College lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. Elder Bo Yen stared at the Thousand Wine Mountain that was covered in frost. His heart was in a mess. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but now, since it had already happened, if he didn't take action in time, he was afraid that it would really be like what Wuxia said and implicate the entire academy. The most important thing was that the power of this thing had far exceeded his previous expectations. In reality, although Elder Bo Yen and the rest knew that there was a huge and dangerous secret hidden under the spring, they didn't know exactly what it was. For thousands of years, the successive deans and elders of Lingxiao College would carefully and conscientiously guard the Thousand Wine Mountain. This had already become a tradition and a tacit rule. Because it had almost never revealed any abnormalities, they didn't think too much about it and just treated it as part of their duties. However, none of them had expected such a terrifying power to be hidden beneath the ground. If they didn't activate the Sky Shuttle Array, they really wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. But, Wuxia was still in there. Elder Bo Yen clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was in a dilemma. In the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Elder Meng with a last glimmer of hope. Elder Meng, do you have a way? He didn't finish his sentence. When he saw the same serious expression on Elder Meng's face, Elder Bo Yen knew that they really had no way out. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only below, the mountains and forests were frozen and falling. The sound of rocks freezing and cracking could be heard one after another. Even if one didn't look, it wasn't hard to tell from these sounds that the Thousand Wine Mountain and the surrounding mountains were in a mess. Bo Yen, we have to make a decision quickly. Not far away, an elder couldn't help but urge, his face full of worry. Activating the Sky Shuttle Array also requires a certain amount of time. If this dragged on, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. Elder Bo Yen frowned, his fists clenched so tightly that his bones creaked. Elder Meng suddenly closed his eyes. Bo Yen, activate the Sky Shuttle Array. Elder Meng? Elder Bo Yen opened his mouth and wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw Elder Meng's face, which seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. It was harder for Elder Meng to make this decision than him. In order to help her guard the divine territory, he would rather not step out of Pengmin Mountain for a few years. Just this point alone was enough to see Elder Meng's favoritism for that girl. If something really happened to her, how could Elder Meng feel good in his heart? But in front of the academy, he would definitely choose to protect the academy first. Elder Bo Yen held his breath, raised his arm, and then slammed it down. Activate the Sky Shuttle Array. Just as he finished speaking, there was a blur in front of everyone's eyes. There were actually two figures that rushed towards Thousand Wine Mountain. Senior Shengwan. Rong Xiao. When the crowd saw the two figures clearly, they were all shocked. Just now, they had already experienced the terror of that cold energy. Just the cold energy that leaked out was already so terrifying. Who knew how dangerous the source of the spring would be? If they went down now, wouldn't they be courting death? However, the two figures still charged down without any hesitation. Shengwan Jing's speed was extremely fast, and the cold energy was so strong that it almost cut his face. But at this time, he couldn't care about that. The lower he went, the stronger the blocking force. His speed gradually slowed down. Even the origin power in his body was gradually slowing down. This made Shengwan Jing even more shocked. He was a god-level master, and it was already so difficult for him to face this force, let alone you. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes. A figure was actually heading straight for the mouth of the spring at an even faster speed than him. Rong Xiao. Shengwan Jing's heart skipped a beat, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Rong Xiao was a god-level master. Why did he seem to be faster than him? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1534. However, before Shengwan Jing could think clearly about this problem, he suddenly saw Rong Xiao wave his sleeve. In the next moment, a ball of golden flames suddenly surged. Shengwan Jing was hit by this power and instantly retreated. Right at this moment, several silver lines suddenly appeared around the Thousand Wine Mountain. These lines overlapped and connected with each other. The sparkling light was exceptionally bright in the dark night. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a line as thick as a thumb suddenly flew past Shengwan Jing's eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously raised his hand to block it. A sharp aura flashed, and the silver line soundlessly cut through his sleeves. When he saw the torn corner of his shirt fall down and be instantly torn apart by countless silver lines, Shengwan Jing suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was so close. If not for Rong Xiao's help just now, the one who would have been pierced by this terrifying line would have been him. Senior Shengwan. The Sky Shuttle formation is extremely dangerous. Once it is activated, it will attack indiscriminately. Please come back as soon as possible. Elder Hua Feng hurriedly shouted. They had just activated the Sky Shuttle formation when they saw Shengwan Jing and Rong Xiao rushing down together. The speed of these two people was really too fast, so much so that they did not even have time to say a word to stop them. Once the Sky Shuttle formation was completely activated, the people inside would most likely die. When Shengwan Jing heard this shout, he instantly understood something. Below, more and more silver lines were rapidly appearing around the Thousand Wine Mountain. Looking down from above, the lines crisscrossed and had an astonishing aura. He did not doubt Elder Huafeng's words at all. He also instantly understood why Elder Bo Yen was unwilling to agree to activate the Sky Shuttle formation. Once such a terrifying top-grade Xian formation was activated, its power could not be controlled at all. His gaze was heavy as he looked at the spring's eye. Countless silver lines crisscrossed and almost completely covered the spring's eye. He could not see Rong Xiu or Yu Er. What he could barely see was the spring water that was still gurgling out. Under the dark night, it was almost impossible to see the color of the spring water clearly. However, under the illumination of the countless silver lines, he could vaguely see the faint blood-colored cold light of the spring water. Swoosh! Another silver line narrowly flew past his body. Shengguan Jing clenched his teeth and retreated quickly. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? He had wasted so much time for nothing. Yi Wenzhua stood with his hands behind his back and sneered as he looked at the huge sky shuttle array that gradually appeared. You should know that after delaying for so long, even the surrounding few mountains will be affected. No one spoke. Almost all of the elders were working with Elder Bo Yen to activate the Sky Shuttle formation. This great formation was created by the first dean of the academy and the elders of the academy back then. Therefore, if they wanted to open it now, they would need many experts to work together. At this point, even Elder Meng had injected his origin power into it. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yi Wenzhua was displeased. But when he thought about how they were all in the middle of activating the Sky Shuttle array, it was normal that they had no time to pay attention to him. He suppressed his anger. Jun Jiuqing stood behind him, also staring down at the scene below. His eyes were thick and his expression was complicated, making it hard for others to see through him. This night was a sleepless night for all the students and elders of Lingxiao College. Even though the students had listened to the elders' instructions and returned to their own residences. But with such a huge commotion on Thousand Wine Mountain, how could it not attract everyone's attention? After sensing the terrifying energy fluctuation, the students on the various mountain tops started to gather again. Their gazes were fixed on the Thousand Wine Mountain. Under the dark and gloomy sky, only the 10,000 Wine Mountain shone brightly. Countless silver lines crisscrossed around it, and soon surrounded Thousand Wine Mountain. The light was not blinding, but it was exceptionally bright in the dark night. It almost lit up half the sky. At the same time, everyone could see that Thousand Wine Mountain and the surrounding mountains were completely covered by a layer of blood-red frost. Several elders of the academy gathered in the air and attacked together. One had to know that those who could become elders of Lingxiao College were the top experts in the entire world of divine ruins. Any one of them who stood out was a big shot who could intimidate a region. And now, they were attacking together to activate a large formation to deal with the danger of Thousand Wine Mountain. I wonder what kind of secret is hidden under Thousand Wine Mountain. It's so dangerous, no wonder the elders of the academy value Thousand Wine Mountain so much. It turns out that TSK, we used to go there often. This Xian formation is extremely powerful. It should be able to solve the problem of Thousand Wine Mountain, right? But, is Shengguan Yu still inside? Ah. I don't think I saw her come out. This. Who else would be able to come out safely from such a situation? This time, Shengguan Yu might not be able to escape. Time seemed to be passing very slowly. After about 15 minutes, the Sky Shuttle formation was finally activated. The huge and complicated Xian formation enveloped the entire Thousand Wine Mountain. Powerful. Sacred. Majestic. Murderous aura filled the air. After a short period of silence, the Sky Shuttle formation started to rotate slowly. A silver line flew out from the middle of it. Immediately after, everyone saw that the 10,000 Wines mountain suddenly shifted from its position halfway up the mountain. Digression, 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1535. The handsome and majestic 10,000 Wine mountain was cut in half. From afar, that silver line could even be considered slender and gentle. However, when it floated by so lightly, it became the sharpest weapon in the world. It easily cut off half of the mountain. Those standing close could even see the neatly cut marks on half of the mountain. Almost everyone was stunned on the spot, dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. This included the elders who were using all their strength to activate the Sky Shuttle Array. This is the power of the Sky Shuttle Array? After a long while, Elder Xiaofan could not help but mutter in a low voice, his eyes still filled with shock. It was no wonder they were so shocked. Ever since the Sky Shuttle Array was created, it had never been activated. The dean of the academy would personally lead some elders to maintain it every year, but they had never truly seen the true strength of the Sky Shuttle Array. Until now, one had to know that for ordinary experts, although they could not move mountains and fill seas, destroying a few mountains was not a problem. Now that the Sky Shuttle Array had cut 10,000 Wine mountain, they were so shocked because 10,000 Wine mountain was different from ordinary mountains. Because this mountain was carved by the first dean himself 10,000 years ago, using incomparably precious limestone and flint stones piled up and carved into this mountain. In the hundreds of years since the academy was first established, 10,000 Wine mountain had always been bare, and no one was allowed to casually approach it. Later, as time passed, 10,000 Wine mountain went through generations of polishing and maintenance before finally becoming what it was today. On the surface, it was no different from other mountains, but in reality, the hardness of the mountain rocks was far beyond imagination. Otherwise, how many Tianlei had fallen in these 10,000 years? Ordinary mountains would have been razed to the ground long ago. How could it easily maintain its original appearance? At this moment, this mountain was easily split apart by the Sky Shuttle Array. How could it not be surprising? However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. With the mountainside as the boundary, the entire 10,000 Wine mountain was divided into two. The upper part was cut by the Sky Shuttle Array layer by layer. Every layer would stagger a distance from the bottom. And these layers that were cut out were all the same height. Soon, the upper half of 10,000 Wine mountain showed a unique spiral shape. The exposed mountain was a light gray color. When light shone on it, one could see the flickering phosphorescence reflected from it. At first glance, it looked like the scales of a magical beast. This limestone was extremely precious. A fist-sized piece could be sold for a pretty good price in the Divine Ruins world. Not to mention that the entire 1,000 Wine mountain was made of this. It could be seen that the academy had really invested a lot back then. The more Elder Bo Yen and the others watched, the more shocked they became. The construction of the 10,000 Wine mountain was not cheap, and over the past 10,000 years, it had consumed a great deal of effort and energy from the academy's dean and elders. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved how shocking the thing being suppressed was. Even the elders present were secretly shocked when they saw the Sky Shuttle formation flickering with flowing light and felt the frightening pressure from it. In this situation, if they were the ones going down, they might not be able to return alive. The only thing that comforted them was that after the Sky Shuttle Array was activated, the strange cold chi from the spring did not continue to expand. Moreover, as the 1,000 Wine mountain was cut into such a state, the blood-colored frost that originally covered it also cracked and formed cracks. From the looks of it, there seemed to be signs of it being suppressed back. But, and Rong Xiao and Yu, were still down there. There seemed to be raging waves in Shengguan Jing's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and gradually clenched his fists. The aura on his body also gradually became cold and dangerous. Even he did not dare to barge into the Sky Shuttle Array forcefully. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to wait. Wait for you, and Rong Xiu to return together. Shengwan Jing took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Splash! Rong Xiu charged into the spring without hesitation. The spring water continued to surge and swallowed his figure in an instant. Golden light flickered around him. The spring was not deep, and he quickly saw a familiar figure. Chu Luiyue was quietly suspended in the water, almost close to the bottom of the spring. Sensing the dense cold air on her body, Rong Xiu was shocked and quickly approached. At this moment, he saw that Chu Luiyue's body had already condensed a thick layer of blood-colored frost. There was a terrifying cold air that was constantly surging out from the cracks on the rocks at the bottom. Most of it blended in the spring water and spewed out. A small portion surged towards Chu Luiyue. In this short period of time, the frost on her body seemed to be condensing and thickening. Rong Xiu reached out to hug her. However, before his hand could touch her body, it was as if countless sharp flying knives were approaching rapidly. He frowned. With a bang, a golden flame ignited on his fingertip. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding water to emit a slight sizzling sound. Then, he stepped forward firmly and carefully held her hand. It was cold to the touch, and the coldness seemed to spread from his palm to the bottom of his heart. Rong Xiu's eyes flashed with a biting cold murderous intent. The golden flame on his hand suddenly erupted again. However, his movements were still cautious, afraid that he would use too much strength and hurt Chu Luiyue in front of him. Now, her entire body was frozen, and she had almost turned into a huge ice man. Rong Xiu did not dare to slack or relax. The golden flame quickly spread along Chu Luiyue's hand to the surroundings. The thick blood-colored frost that had accumulated began to show signs of melting. Finally, after a long while, half of her hand finally broke free from the layer of ice. Rong Xiu stepped forward and grabbed her slender fingers. His palm was boiling hot, which made her body seem even colder. Rong Xiu leaned closer. At this moment, the two of them faced each other, and he finally saw her appearance clearly. Under the layer of ice, her eyes were tightly shut, her lips were pale, and her brows were slightly furrowed. She had always been patient. For her to show such an expression, it could be seen that she had experienced a lot of torture when she was frozen by the frost. Rong Xiu carefully touched her hand. Suddenly, he paused and looked down. With this look, he saw that the area between her thumb and index finger was broken, and it looked like a bloody mess. It seemed to be the source of the frigid aura that had entered her body. At this moment, the frozen frost had melted a little. Chu Luiyue's wrist was also exposed. Rong Xiu put his finger on it and separated a bit of energy to check the situation in her body. Her force was frozen, and her yuan meridian was blocked by the cold air. It was equivalent to half of her body being crippled. Rong Xiu's eyes were sharp, and a thick black color flashed across his eyes. It was bitterly cold. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1536. At this moment, Chu Luiyue's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Rong Xiu's expression flickered. He instantly came back to his senses and looked up at her. In an instant, the darkness in his eyes had quietly disappeared. At a glance, he regained his usual gentleness and calmness that only appeared in front of her. She did not open her eyes. It seemed that she had not woken up yet. But Rong Xiu was very sure that her consciousness should be gradually recovering. But at this moment, because she was frozen by the frost and could not move, she had no choice but to do so. Rong Xiu held her hand tightly. He closed her fingers and pressed them into his palm little by little. It seemed that this could warm her up. His voice was low and pleasant, with a trace of undetectable hoarseness, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. Wake up. Chu Luyue did not remember how long her consciousness had been in a muddled state. Since the cold air entered her body gradually froze, and even her consciousness seemed to be blurred. She seemed to be floating in a pure white space. It was boundless, and she had no direction. It seemed that no matter where she went, she could not leave this place. She knew that something was wrong. She wanted to get rid of this strange state as soon as possible. But in the dark, it seemed that there were countless invisible hands constantly pulling her back to the original place. Just when she was exhausted and was about to give up, a familiar voice suddenly came from a distant time and space. Rong Xiao. Chu Luyue woke up almost immediately. She began to try again to break her consciousness free. But her eyelids were incomparably heavy, and her whole body was indescribably bitter and cold. She never knew that such a simple action as opening her eyes would one day be difficult for her. But Rong Xiao's continuous calls entered her ears from time to time, waking her up and making her clear. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw a cluster of golden flames in the snow-white space around her. The golden flames had spread to Chu Luyue's body and were burning brightly. The blood-colored frost was melting continuously. Her hands seemed to have finally regained some warmth. Rong Xiao's gaze turned, and it landed on the golden fire as he knitted his brows. The power of this cold air had exceeded his expectations. Although the golden flame could melt the blood-colored frost, it required a lot of effort. Just this short period of time had consumed a lot of origin power in his body. However, he had only managed to save one of her hands. If he wanted to remove all the frost on her body, he was afraid that he would have to use up almost all of his strength. However, the cold air below continued to surge upwards. Sooner or later, it would gain the upper hand. Moreover, he didn't know how much time he would have to spend here. If the cold energy stayed in her body for too long, it would cause serious damage to her body. She had just broken through to the high deity realm and was summoned back to the deity realm. If his physical body was damaged now, in the future, his divine body would. Thinking of this, Rong Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness. Finally, he stretched out his long arms and pulled her into his embrace. At the same time, a black flame gushed out from his other hand. The black and golden flames intertwined tightly, and its aura rose instantly. A totem was faintly visible between Rong Xiao's eyebrows. Crack! A crisp shattering sound was suddenly heard. Rong Xiao looked towards the source of the sound and realized that a long crack had suddenly appeared on the stone wall beside them. The strange thing was that this crack seemed to have been made by someone using an extremely sharp sword. Neat. Perfectly straight. Immediately, a faint silver light flowed out from it. In the end, the crack formed a silver line. An indescribable pressure spread out from it. Rong Xiao frowned. This is the Sky Shuttle Formation. As if to confirm Rong Xiao's guess, a second and third line appeared on the surrounding stone walls. In a short while, this small space was completely surrounded by the lines of the Xian Formation. These lines were just like what one would see outside. They were neat and orderly, but they were also full of destructive power. When Tianlei landed, it only left faint marks on this stone wall. However, the moment the Sky Shuttle Formation was activated, it easily cut it apart silently. Rong Xiao looked around. These lines were already closing in on the two of them. Obviously, in order to suppress the things below, the Sky Shuttle Formation was going to directly destroy the entire Thousand Wine Mountain, including all the living beings in it. Suddenly, his chest tightened. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked down at the person in his arms. Most of her body was still frozen in frost. However, at this time, the frost had already melted to her shoulders, and her two arms were finally free. She raised her hand and almost subconsciously approached Rong Xiao. One of her hands was tightly held in Rong Xiao's hand, and the other hand was raised with difficulty, tightly grabbing the front of his clothes and tugging downwards. Almost instantly, Rong Xiao understood what she meant. He lowered his gaze and looked down. Scarlet Heaven Sword lay quietly on top of the cracked stone. Rong Xiao raised his hand, and a golden stream of light flew past. Scarlet Heaven Sword instantly flew up. Rong Xiao held Scarlet Heaven Sword in his hand. At this moment, on the stone wall, a silver line suddenly fluctuated and approached Chu Liuyue's back. Immediately after, all the surrounding lines followed closely and cut towards the center. Digression, sorry, everyone. It's a little late, and I can't take it anymore. We'll continue tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1537. Outside Thousand Wine Mountain, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the sky shuttle formation completely enveloped the huge mountain peak. Silver lines drifted slowly, and silently, the entire myriad wine mountain was completely cut apart. The blood-colored frost that covered the mountain peak started to melt and seep into the ground bit by bit. Everyone waited in silence, staring at the spring on the mountain peak. The water rippled, but there was no movement at all. And the two figures they wanted to see did not appear again. Time seemed to be especially unbearable. A ray of light shone through the thick clouds and shone on the ground. Everything seemed to have lifted the black veil and revealed its original appearance. Elder Bo Yen looked up in a daze. It was daybreak. This night was so long. Bo Yen, the frost on the surrounding mountains has all melted. Elder Hua Feng's voice was a little hoarse. Elder Bo Yen looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, under the powerful suppression of the sky shuttle formation, the blood-colored frost that had spread around had all disappeared. Only the Thousand Wine Mountain still had some scattered frost. There was more around the spring on the mountain peak, but it seemed that it would not last much longer. The sky shuttle formation also looked smaller than before. It started to gather all the surrounding power to the center and focus on dealing with the remaining frost. At this time, the silver lines basically only covered the Thousand Wine Mountain. But, the Thousand Wine Mountain was now riddled with holes and was unrecognizable. It was no longer a mountain. Instead, it was a huge stone sculpture. Its shape was twisted and strange. And what was even more shocking was that the layers of intersecting mountain rocks were still slowly rotating with the sky shuttle formation. Every line looked so elegant and bright, but it also carried a dense killing intent. They knew very well how terrifying the power of the sky shuttle formation was. Once touched, it could unquestionably kill everything, including all the living beings in it. The places where the blood-colored frost had disappeared were all charred black and still looked lifeless. One could imagine how much time and effort it would take to restore everything to its original state. What is this? Elder Bo Yen stared at the spring and could not help but mutter softly. As if suppressed by the sky shuttle formation, there was no more spring water gushing out from the spring and it returned to its original state. The water was still, and a circle of frost had condensed at the edge. But the spring water was dark black and no one could see the situation inside clearly. The gray stones piled up around them had already been crushed by the power of the sky shuttle array and shattered into countless tiny pieces. This scene made everyone's heart sank. Because the rocks around the spring were also very special. Tianlei had landed on them for many years, but they had never been damaged. Now, in front of the sky shuttle formation, they did not even have the confidence of sky shuttle formation. The situation, the two people in the spring. Elder Bo Yen rubbed the space between his brows, feeling extremely exhausted. Both of them held important statuses. Needless to say, the dean and elders had always been on good terms with the two children. After a moment of silence, he looked at the other elders. He named a few people. You guys stay here first. The rest of you go back and rest. After a night of torment, everyone was already exhausted. Even for Wanzheng and the rest, they were merely relying on their willpower to forcefully hang on. Once the Sky Shuttle formation is activated, it will continue to operate for a month. In this month, there will be people guarding here every day. So in this month, we cannot let down our guard. We have to be careful, understand? In other words, this was a battle of attrition. If they all collapsed the next day, all their efforts might be for naught. Hearing Elder Bo Yan's words, the other elders knew the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. Also, when you go back, remember to calm the students down. Elder Bo Yan sighed in his heart. Although the chaos at Thousand Wine Mountain did not cause many casualties, it was inevitable that the students would be hesitant and worried. During this period of time, Lingxiao Academy was in constant trouble, which was enough to make people worried. Plus this time, in this month, no one is allowed to enter or leave the college as they wish. Everything must be reported to me and I will personally approve it. The elders were shocked. But on second thought, this was a special period, so there was nothing wrong with doing this. After agreeing, most of the elders went back. Only Elder Wanzheng and the others were still guarding the place. Senior Shengwan, why don't you go back and rest first? Elder Huafeng hesitated for a moment, but still spoke tentatively. We'll guard this place. Once the two of them come out, we'll tell you immediately. Shengwan Jing shook his head. I'll wait here. It's fine. You don't have to worry about me. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a faint green color under his eyes. He looked exceptionally haggard. In fact, although he was a god expert, his divine body had been asleep for 1,000 years, and his soul had drifted away. The moment he woke up, he hurriedly rushed to Lingxiao College from the northern border of the primordial world. He did not have the time to properly recuperate. His strength could not be compared to his peak back then. It was because of this that Elder Huafeng was very worried about him. Seeing Shengwan Jing's determined attitude, Elder Huafeng's lips moved, but he swallowed the rest of his words. That's good. If you have any requests, just let me know. He clenched his fists. We'll wait with you. Shengwan Jing nodded. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Thank you. Wishful thinking. Yiwen's cold mocking voice suddenly came from the side. The Sky Shuttle array has been activated. Even a god expert can't escape from it. Let alone those two people. Of course, he knew that Rongxiu and Shengwan Yu were both top geniuses of the younger generation. To be able to break through and become a god expert at such a young age, they were very rare in the entire Divine Ruins world. But so what? A god was just a god. Elder Huafeng's expression changed when he heard this. You don't have to worry about these things. Shengwan Jing pulled Elder Huafeng and looked coldly at Yiwenzwa. You're not the dean, and the power of the academy is not in your hands. It has nothing to do with Rongxiu and you, We haven't even said anything yet. What right do you have to criticize and criticize? Yiwenzwa's expression turned cold. Previously, I gave you some face for the sake of the Spirit Firmament Academy. Don't push your luck. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1538. Shengwan Jing's words were very harsh and did not leave any face for Yiwenzwa. In front of Elder Bo Yan and the others, it was simply a slap to his face. Yiwenzwa's face was ashen. His sleeves fluttered, and he was about to attack. Senior Shengwan is a weapon refining supremacy. He has been in the Divine Ruins world for 1,000 years and has a noble status. Wenzwa, what do you mean by this? Do you want to attack? Elder Meng suddenly spoke. His tone was faint, but there was a hint of coldness. Yiwenzwa was speechless. His status as the deputy dean was indeed nothing in front of a weapon refining supremacy. One had to know that even in the entire Divine Ruins world, a weapon refining supremacy was definitely a top expert who could do whatever he wanted. Compared to a god of the same level, or even a medical supremacy, he had more right to speak. He clenched his fists tightly and swallowed his anger with great difficulty. Master, didn't you say that you came back this time to look for something at the Donghuang Bell Tower? Jun Zhuoqing suddenly spoke, breaking the cold atmosphere. The situation at Thousand Wine Mountain has basically stabilized. With Elder Meng and the others here, you don't have to worry too much. These words gave Yi Wenzhua a way out, attributing his previous sarcastic words and excessive behavior to him being worried about the academy. Yi Wenzhua finally stopped and snorted coldly. I hope this sky shuttle array can completely solve the problem. With that, he flicked his sleeve and quickly left, heading straight for the Donghuang Bell Tower. Jun Zhuoqing hesitated for a moment, looked back at Thousand Wine Mountain, and finally followed. The two figures quickly disappeared into the distance. Yi Wenzhua was the deputy dean. Although the power to manage the academy was in the hands of Elder Bo Yen, he still had the qualifications to go to the Donghuang Bell Tower. It seems that he has accumulated a lot of resentment in the past few years. Elder Meng looked at their backs and frowned. Elder Huafeng sneered. Hasn't he always been like this? Back then, Yi Wenzhua was determined to get the position of dean. After confirming that the position of dean was passed to his junior brother, he had not recovered for a long time. From then on, he had already developed resentment in his heart. He blamed the previous principal, who was also his master, and also blamed his junior brother, who was the current principal of the academy. A few years ago, when the dean left and passed the authority to Bo Yen, his dissatisfaction reached its peak. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have left the academy so decisively and not returned for several years. Moreover, during this period, he didn't care about the academy at all. Yi Wenzhua always felt that everyone in the world had wronged him, but he never knew how to reflect on himself. He had never thought about why he had never had a share in the position of dean, and why everyone was so disgusted with him. When the academy is in danger, the first thing he thinks about is himself. Since his return, has he done anything for the academy or the students? Elder Huafeng had disliked him for a long time and had been enduring it silently. But this time, Yi Wenzhua's attitude was truly disgusting. Those who don't know would think that he came back to laugh at us. That's enough. None of this is important right now. Elder Bo Yen seemed to be very open-minded about this matter. In the next month, the most important thing is to guard the sky shuttle array. Everyone nodded and didn't mention anything else. Elder Meng. Shengguan Jing suddenly spoke. Regarding years past in the academy, I wonder. Can you tell me about it? Actually, he could tell that many elders in the academy treated you very well. But considering that Elder Meng had the highest status here and had helped him guard the divine realm for several years, it was probably the most appropriate to ask him. Elder Meng waved his hand repeatedly. You're too polite. Just call me Meng Xian. As for that girl, it's a long story. He narrowed his eyes as if he was recalling something. Speaking of you, it was actually a coincidence that she came to Lingxiao College back then. The 10,000 Wine Mountain was completely enveloped by the sky shuttle array. It was so tight that it was almost airtight. From the outside, one could only see the half-mountain that had been cut into pieces and countless intertwined silver lines. In the air, there were elders guarding all directions. That terrifying cold air seemed to have been completely sealed, and it didn't cause as terrifying a commotion as before. But the students all knew that the sky shuttle array still had to be guarded for a month. So they didn't dare to let their guard down. All the students obediently stayed in their own areas, either resting or cultivating. Almost all the people who went to the Qingming Square were gone. What happened on the 10,000 Wine Mountain that day was like a heavy stone that pressed down on many people's hearts. As long as the sky shuttle array didn't completely suppress it, they couldn't be at ease. Of course, there were also some people who were more worried about Rong Xiao and Chu Luyue who were still inside. It's been 3 days. The Sky Shuttle Array is still operating, and the frost on the 10,000 Wine Mountain is also decreasing. I don't know when they will come out. On a mountain peak, a few people from the Luo family were gathered. The person who spoke was Luo Yanming. They had originally planned to spar and cultivate together, but they weren't in the mood, so they put it aside for the time being. At this moment, their attention was still on the 10,000 Wine Mountain. Zhuo Sheng couldn't help but scratch his head. This. Rong Xiao, Chu, and Shengguan, you are all exalted gods, and Rong Xiao has a divine body. They should be able to come out, right? Also, doesn't Shengguan you have a few trump cards? Although he said that, his tone was full of uneasiness, and his eyes couldn't hide the worry in them. The two of them were indeed very powerful, and they also had extremely powerful trump cards. However, the 10,000 Wine Mountain was in big trouble this time, and it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The 10,000 Wine Mountain should be razed to the ground in a month, right? Luo Shishir muttered absent-mindedly. The few of them fell silent. If the two of them hadn't come out by then, the Sky Shuttle Array was so terrifying that even Elder Meng and Shengguan Jing couldn't do anything about it. What could they do? What are those two doing? Suddenly, Zhuo Sheng's gaze focused in a certain direction. The few of them followed his gaze and saw that on the opposite mountain peak, halfway up the mountain, there were two people huddled together and talking about something. From time to time, they would even gesture with their hands. It seemed like they were discussing something. Are they Lin Qifei and Mu Hongyu? Luo Shishir was a little surprised. Why are the two of them together? I heard that Lin Qifei was once saved by the princess of the Yuntian Tower. She should be Shengguan Yu. Mu Hongyu is also her good friend. However, the two of them don't seem to know each other before this. Speaking of which, these two people should be the most worried about the situation on the 10,000 Wine Mountain. However, what were they doing? On the mountain opposite them, Lin Qifei looked at Mu Hongyu. Are you sure you can save them this way? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1539. Mu Hongyu sighed. I can't guarantee that it'll work. But this is the only way I can think of at the moment. Lin Qifei thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll help you. He raised his hand. Please follow me. As he spoke, he led the way to the cave at the side. Mu Hongyu followed closely behind. The cave was a little dark and very quiet. But soon, Mu Hongyu realized that this cave was different from the other caves. Lin Qifei walked in front. After walking for a distance, a bright light suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. This light illuminated the cave, and because it was some distance away from the entrance of the cave, it was not noticed by those outside. Mu Hongyu looked down curiously and realized that it was a small xian formation. I specially set up these xian formations to prevent outsiders from entering. Lin Qifei explained as he walked. Follow my steps. Don't take the wrong path. Okay. Mu Hongyu replied as she carefully followed Lin Qifei's footsteps. After walking for a while, Lin Qifei finally stopped. We're here. Mu Hongyu also stopped in her tracks and looked ahead. The scene in front of her made her eyes widen in shock. This was a huge cave. From the marks on the surrounding stone walls, it seemed to have been dug out not long ago. The previous cave was a little small, so I expanded it a little. Lin Qifei said calmly and pointed to the ground in front of them. At least it's barely enough. Mu Hongyu held her breath. There was nothing else on the ground. It was a huge and complicated xian formation. No, to be precise, it was a teleportation formation. This teleportation formation has not been used, so I can't be sure if it can send you out of the Divine Ruins world. Lin Qifei frowned. He had been secretly preparing for this for a long time. But even though he was extremely talented, it was still difficult for him to create such a teleportation formation alone. He did not expect the accident to come so quickly. It's fine. I have the faint essence body. Even if something happens to this teleportation array, I can just escape. Mu Hongyu waved her hand, but there was no trace of worry on her face. Ever since she had undergone that inhuman training in the Red Moon Desert, her ability to resist attacks had greatly improved. For ordinary cultivators, if something were to happen to the teleportation array midway, they would have a slim chance of surviving. However, she did not have such concerns. As she spoke, she took a step forward and stood on top of the teleportation array. Lin Qifei stared at her. Be careful. With that, he activated the teleportation array. With a flash of light, Mu Hongyu's figure disappeared from the spot. Days passed. The elders outside the Myriad Wine Mountain were rotated as usual. However, Shengguan Jing, Elder Meng, and Elder Bo Yen were there every day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The blood-colored frost on the Thousand Wine Mountain had almost completely melted, leaving only the last patch near the spring. Unfortunately, until now, the spring was still very calm. There were no waves at all. The worry in everyone's hearts grew day by day. Under the clear and cold spring water, two figures were tightly huddled together. The black and gold fire burned quietly around Chu Liuyue's body, and the frost on her body had almost completely melted. However, her eyes were tightly shut. She did not open them at all. On Rong Xiu's body, cuts and wounds had already appeared, and he was covered in blood. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1540. Wounds kept appearing on his body, but these wounds healed at an alarming rate. It was as if he had fallen into a strange cycle. However, this process was obviously a long torture for Rong Xiu. He looked at the person in his arms. Although she had not fully woken up, there were no wounds on her body, and the cold air was slowly withdrawing from her body. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart as he held her slender waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. After such a long time, her body gradually regained some warmth. Rong Xiu activated the force in his body and held her hand tightly, expelling the remaining cold air. It was silent all around, as if all sounds from the outside world had been cut off. Looking up, there were dark ripples on the water. Looking down, it was a pile of shattered rocks. In the middle, there were countless flowing silver lights. That was the power of the Sky Shuttle Array. Perhaps it was because of this power, although there were several cracks on the rocks at the bottom, they had temporarily stopped spreading. Moreover, most of the frost around them had dissipated. Only a thin layer of frost remained stubbornly on the rocks. Halfway up the mountain, Luo Yanming and Luo Yanlin sat facing each other. There was a chessboard between the two of them. Luo Yanming's brows were tightly knitted, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had been staring at the chessboard for a full 15 minutes, but he had yet to place a piece. Being too cautious is being indecisive. Luo Yanlin said leisurely. Luo Yanming was even more nervous. He fiddled with the piece in his hand for a while, and finally placed it down hesitantly. Luo Yanlin placed a piece almost immediately after that. Clack. You lost. Luo Yanming's aura suddenly weakened, and he looked ashamed. Fourth brother, I'm too useless. He knew that his fourth brother was deliberately letting him win. Unfortunately, he was not talented enough, and could not be compared to his fourth brother. You've been steady and hardworking since you were young. Just this alone has made you better than many people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get into Lingxiao College. Luo Yanlin laughed, and his attitude towards him was very amiable. He raised his chin. "Go back and study this game on your own." "Yes." Luo Yenming replied respectfully. However, there was still a hint of loneliness in her eyes. What happened? Luo Yenlin noticed that something was wrong with his mood, so he asked a few more questions. Luo Yenming was silent for a long time before she looked up and asked, "Fourth brother, I know that with my talent, no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to surpass you in this lifetime. There are even many people in the academy who are more talented than me. Do you think there's any meaning to me living like this day after day?" To Luo Yenming's surprise, her fourth brother wasn't as angry as she had expected. Instead, he smiled. "Is this what you've been thinking about all this time?" Luo Yenming nodded uneasily. In fact, this emotion had troubled him for a very long time. It had been a few months since he entered Lingxiao College. At first, he was full of confidence, but gradually, he realized that he was not that outstanding. Although he had a calm temperament, he was used to keeping things in his heart, which was why he couldn't get over it. Actually, this is very normal. Almost all the top geniuses in the Divine Ruins have gathered here. However, there can only be one number one, and there has to be a winner. Your talent is definitely among the top. As long as you persevere in your cultivation, there will be a day when you stand out. Luo Yenming hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't understand these principles, but it required a lot of mental strength to digest them. Luo Yenlin raised an eyebrow. "Actually, I think that your luck is pretty good. The most talented person in your batch should be Lin Qifei, right?" Luo Yenming nodded. "If I were to fight against him, my chances of winning are about 30%. At this point, his expression was a little gloomy. He had thought that the two of them would be able to fight to a draw, but later he realized that Lin Qifei was far more talented than him. If Lin Qifei had the same background as him, he would have already. 30% is high enough. Luo Yenlin suddenly laughed. He stood up, walked over, and patted his shoulder. "When I first came to the academy, my opponents were Sheng Guanyu and Rong Xiu, those two freaks. You should be glad that Sheng Guanyu hid her identity and only followed Elder Wanzheng to cultivate as a celestial physician. Otherwise..." Luo Yenming asked curiously, "Fourth brother, you've known her for a long time. Fourth brother, you knew her before. How talented is she as a mystic cultivator?" Sheng Guanyu was extremely talented in both celestial physician and martial artist. They knew this very well. The only thing she hadn't shown in front of everyone was that she was a Xian master. Luo Yenlin's expression was rather complicated. There was even a hint of bitterness in it. Finally, he took a deep breath and asked, "I only have one thing to tell you. I only want to tell you one thing. Do you know why there is no gate in Fangzhou City? That's because she damaged it 3 times in a month. She also left a mark beside the gate, which damaged the barrier. The elders had no choice but to build a new barrier. The elders were so angry that they decided to tear down the gate in a fit of pique. Also, do you really think that Rong Xiu was the one who taught her how to break the barrier?" Luo Yenming was dumbfounded. "Kid, there are many geniuses in this world. Instead of doubting yourself, why don't you focus on improving your strength?" Luo Yenming pondered for a long time before nodding heavily. Then, she subconsciously looked in the direction of Thousand Wine Mountain. Then, "Fourth brother, since the two of them are so powerful, this time," Luo Yenlin narrowed his eyes. "Rong Xiu never does anything that he isn't confident of. As for Sheng Guanyu, she has already died once, so she cherishes her life even more." He didn't think that the two of them were going to die. Luo Yenming pondered for a moment and still felt uneasy. But tomorrow is the deadline. The Sky Shuttle array will completely destroy Thousand Wine Mountain. If they still don't come out. Luo Yenlin suddenly turned his gaze. During this period, Lin Qifei and Mu Hongyu haven't come out? Huh? Oh, right. Luo Yanming followed his gaze. Ever since she saw Lin Qifei and Mu Hongyu enter the cave together, she hadn't heard any news about the two of them. During this period of time, the academy had been in a lot of trouble. Everyone was on tenterhooks, so naturally, not many people paid attention to this matter. Luo Yanlin thought for a while before he finally said, "It's late. It's late, you should go back first." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a loud sound came from the direction of Thousand Wine Mountain. The two of them were shocked and immediately looked in that direction. It was already evening. The sun was setting in the west, and its warm orange light shone on the clouds, illuminating half of the sky. As for the Thousand Wine Mountain, it suddenly collapsed from the middle of the mountain. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1541. The Thousand Wine Mountain had already been sliced apart by the Sky Shuttle Array layer by layer, and it was in imminent danger. At this moment, the Sky Shuttle Array suddenly exerted force, and the stacked half of the mountain instantly lost its balance and started to collapse. Rumble. Countless rocks rolled down, making a huge sound. Even the surrounding ground started to shake. What's going on? Isn't the Sky Shuttle Array supposed to end tomorrow? Luo Yanming was shocked. Why did it start early? Luo Yanlin frowned and stared at the Thousand Wine Mountain. To be precise, he was looking at the countless floating silver lines, the huge Sky Shuttle Array. Something's not right. He suddenly realized something, and his pupils constricted. Someone activated the Sky Shuttle Array. This huge commotion caused the originally quiet Lingxiao College to instantly boil. Originally, the Thousand Wine Mountain had been quiet for nearly a month, and everyone had gradually put this matter aside. However, this sudden scene immediately awakened everyone's previous memories. Many students rushed out and looked at the Thousand Wine Mountain nervously. What's wrong with the Thousand Wine Mountain? Why is there such a huge commotion? It seems like the Sky Shuttle Array has started. But isn't tomorrow the last day? Hiss, this situation is really strange. The elders had been carefully watching over it for a month, afraid that something would happen. There's no reason for this to suddenly happen. Even if they didn't know how strong the Sky Shuttle Array was, they didn't know what was hidden under the Thousand Wine Mountain. But anyone with a little common sense knew that this kind of top-grade Xian formation was exquisitely designed. Once there was a mistake, it was very likely that it would cause unpredictable consequences. And now, the Sky Shuttle Array, under the watch of the elders, still had a problem. Countless people trembled as they looked at the scene of crumbling rocks flying everywhere. This aura looked like it was going to destroy the world. What's going on? Everything happened so quickly that even Elder Bo Yen and the others, who had been watching over at the side, were all stunned. Who activated the Sky Shuttle Array? Elder Hua Feng, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, asked anxiously. Everyone's expression was very ugly. No one. Elder Bo Yen said with difficulty. During this period of time, all of them had been very careful and didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Just a moment ago, they were still in their respective positions. Who would have thought that this would happen all of a sudden? The Sky Shuttle Array suddenly spun faster. Besides, who here can activate the Sky Shuttle Array on their own? The other elders who had arrived one after another fell silent when they heard this. That's right. When the Sky Shuttle Array was activated, it was only because all of them worked together that they were able to succeed. During this period of time, the Sky Shuttle Array had been operating normally without any problems. For a Xian formation of this level, if it wasn't disturbed by external forces, it definitely wouldn't be like this. If it's not us, then, could it be inside? Elder Hua Feng muttered. Suddenly, his expression changed. What? Elder Bo Yen did not understand. Inside? Inside what? Was it the mountain of 10,000 wines or the mouth of the spring? Suddenly, his expression turned stern. Impossible. The sky shuttle array had clearly suppressed it. Tomorrow would be the last day. The frost on Thousand Wine Mountain had completely melted. Even the ice that had formed above the spring had disappeared. Looking from above, it was a sea of rippling light, no different from before. In their opinion, that strange cold air had already been destroyed by the sky shuttle array. They only needed to wait until tomorrow to completely destroy Thousand Wine Mountain. Then, everything would be over. Why did something happen at this time? But after saying this, Elder Bo Yen felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. Look! There seems to be something wrong with the sky shuttle array. An elder exclaimed in shock. Elder Bo Yen and the others' hearts skipped a beat as they instinctively looked over. They saw that the countless crisscrossing silver lines on Thousand Wine Mountain were quietly floating up. They were retreating from the center of the spring. It was as if an invisible hand was slowly pushing away the power of the sky shuttle array bit by bit. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded and couldn't regain their senses for a long time. Every line on the sky shuttle array has its own trajectory. Now, it's being forcefully changed by external forces. Shengguan Jing sucked in a cold breath. Who exactly is it that has such great power? No one knew. They didn't even know how all of this had happened. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already an irreversible situation. Everyone, get into position immediately. Restore the sky shuttle array to its original state. Elder Bo Yan's figure moved as he shouted loudly. But his face was still very pale. Because he knew too well that even if everyone worked together now, it would still be too late. Activating the sky shuttle array was already very difficult for them. Not to mention the current situation. But he had to react. There were still so many people in the academy. All the elders returned to their positions and surrounded the myriad wine mountain once again. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from Thousand Wine Mountain. No, it should be said that it came from under the spring. Thump. 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 It sounded like someone was hitting something hard. Again and again. It was as if something was going to rush out in the next moment. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1542. The 10,000 Wine Mountain was still collapsing. Only the spring in the middle seemed to be surrounded by an invisible barrier, so it was safe and sound. Only the knocking sounds that kept coming were strange and mysterious, causing one's heart to turn cold. This sky shuttle formation is starting to lose control. I'm afraid. Elder Huafeng's face was pale. He was a Xian master, so he naturally knew how dangerous the current situation was. If it was the other formations in the academy, they might have a chance of winning if they attacked with all their strength. But this sky shuttle formation was completely different. Elder Bo Yen frowned. Suddenly, a white light flashed through his mind. Heaven Scroll. He quickly turned to look at Elder Huafeng. The sky shuttle formation was left behind by the first dean. Perhaps the Heaven Scroll has a way to break it. Almost instantly, Elder Huafeng understood Elder Bo Yan's meaning. You mean, the Xian formation diagram left behind by that person back then? His eyes lit up at first, but then that light quickly disappeared. But, there are at least 100 Xian formation diagrams in the Heaven Scroll, and all of them are extremely complicated. How can we completely comprehend them in such a short time and then use them to solve our current predicament? This was simply a fool's dream. For many years, the things left behind by the first dean had been carefully stored by the academy and would not be easily taken out for others to see. On one hand, those things were indeed treasures. On the other hand, there were not many people who could comprehend them. To put it bluntly, even a great Xian King teacher like Elder Huafeng had to make contributions to the academy before he had the right to take a look. And he might not be able to completely comprehend even a single scroll in a year. Not to mention the others. Elder Bo Yan's expression instantly dimmed. It was indeed too late to think about this now. But, could it be that they could only watch on helplessly as everything happened? Rumble. As they spoke, the 10,000 Wine Mountain was still collapsing. Those lines on the Sky Shuttle formation were stirred by an invisible force and had already started to become chaotic. Flowing light flew everywhere, and energy exploded. The towering and steep mountain peak split into pieces. The incomparably hard rocks turned into dust. Dust flew everywhere, and it was a boundless expanse. The night grew darker and darker, like a giant beast about to devour everything. Red Moon Desert. A blood-red full moon hung high in the night sky. The moonlight shone down, covering the boundless desert with a faint layer of crimson. It was eerily cold. In the depths of the desert, there was a lake that rippled with blue waves, quiet and tranquil. When the blood moon rose into the sky, a faint crimson color was reflected on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the lake. The crack grew bigger and bigger, gradually opening up a path. A tiny figure slowly walked out from it. She was dressed in brocade, with snow-white skin and purple eyes. His thick and long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids, which seemed to add a bit of coldness to his entire person. The night wind blew, stirring up ripples and curling up his short purple hair. It was Dugu Mabao. He stood still on the lake and looked up at the sky. A dark look flashed across his eyes. For many years, it was only on the night of the blood moon that they were able to temporarily escape from the cage and obtain a moment of freedom. However, they had been living like this for too long, and they had long grown tired of it. Now that he had risked his life to refine his divine body, he had a few days of leisure. However, after leaving this desert, he still could not use his divine power at will. Otherwise, it would be a great danger. It's been so long, and they haven't come yet. They probably haven't noticed. A translucent figure flew out from under the lake. It was Diwu Zhangzi. Dugu Mabao retracted his gaze and shook his head. Not necessarily. After all, he had attacked in the Divine Ruins world. Although he had used many methods to cover it up, but those people were not to be trifled with. They were not moving now, perhaps they were just secretly observing. Or perhaps, they had other considerations. Diwu Zhangzi frowned. During this period, you even forced your divine body into a deep sleep in order to hide your aura. No matter how capable they are, they won't be able to find any evidence. Without evidence, they could not do anything. Although they were trapped in this cage back then, it was not as if they had no way out. At the very least, if those people casually barged into the Red Moon Desert, they could have killed them unconditionally. Fortunately, Lan Shao left such a trick up his sleeve during the negotiation back then. Otherwise, we would have been passive everywhere. Diwu Zhangzi sighed. Dugu Mabao nodded and turned around. How's his recovery now? Previously, after he did his best to help Lan Shao, he fell into a deep sleep and had just woken up today. Diwu Zhangzi laughed. Don't worry, with such a rotten face, he won't be willing to die just like that. He has almost recovered in the past 2 days. Calculating the time, he should be waking up soon. Whose face are you calling rotten? An ethereal and lazy voice sounded. The two turned around and saw Lan Shao walking out from under the lake. His phantom seemed to have solidified a lot, and his aura had almost returned to its previous level. As for that face, as expected, it was a new face. Handsome and heroic, suave and elegant. He looked at Dugu Mabao with a smile and teased. You usually ignore me, but at the critical moment, you still care about me. The corner of Diwu Zhangzi's mouth twitched. He had just come back to life, but he was looking for death again. Indeed, it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. Dugu Mobao looked at him expressionlessly and reminded him coldly. Your face now belongs to your 12th junior brother. Lan Zhao's expression changed. He hurriedly looked down and then let out a scream. A handsome face was reflected on the surface of the water. No wonder he felt a little familiar just now. It was that bastard's. Why didn't you say so earlier? Before he finished speaking, Lan Zhao's figure had already disappeared under the lake again. Even after he left, he didn't forget to curse bitterly. It's been 10,000 years, and you still remember it so clearly. You pervert. Dugu Mobao looked indifferent. You're too forgetful. Lan Zhao didn't reply. He was probably busy tearing that face apart. Diwu Zhangze gave him a thumbs up. You're still the best. Dugu Mobao's eyebrows moved slightly. How long have I slept? It was probably time to return to the academy. Diwu Zhangze thought for a moment and said, actually, it's not that long. Probably, Russell. Before he finished speaking, a sound suddenly came from afar. The two of them immediately became alert. Dugu Mobao's expression turned cold, and he was about to attack. Diwu Zhangze looked from afar and hurriedly said, wait. It's little Hongyu. Dugu Mobao's frown deepened. He had just sent Mu Hongyu to Lingxiao College not long ago. Why was she back now? Suddenly, his expression changed. Something happened. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1543. The air vibrated. Mu Hongyu took a step forward and landed heavily on the ground. Ouch, she rubbed her head. It hurts. Lin Qifei didn't lie to her. This teleportation array wasn't reliable at all. She only managed to survive with her void energy physique. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. Little Hongyu? A familiar voice sounded. Mu Hongyu looked up in surprise. Senior Diwu? She looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of her in shock, and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Although she had cultivated with Diwu Zhangze in the Red Moon Desert for a long time, she had never seen his true appearance. But why did he look like a soul? Diwu Zhangze's heart sank as he looked at Mu Hongyu, who was covered in injuries and in a sorry state. Little Hongyu, why did you suddenly come back? And your injuries? Upon hearing that, Mu Hongyu couldn't be bothered to be surprised. She hurriedly got up and said, Senior Diwu, something happened to Lu Yu. Quickly go and take a look. What happened to her? It wasn't Diwu Zhangze who asked. Mu Hongyu was stunned. Then, she saw Dugu Mobao beside her. Although he looked like a child who was only a few years old and looked very cute, Mu Hongyu, who had seen his true strength, wouldn't really treat him as a child. She even felt relieved to see him now. She took a deep breath and hurriedly explained, I don't know what's wrong with the Academy's Wine Mountain. Lu Yu directly barged in. And Rong Xiu. In order to save Huiyue, he had also gone in. But before the two of them came out, the Academy activated the Sky Shuttle Array to suppress the Wine Mountain. Diwu Zhangze was shocked and immediately looked at Dugu Mobao. That thing is coming out, and the Sky Shuttle Array is activated. You didn't know? Dugu Mobao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. During this period of time, he had been busy saving Lan Zhao and forced his divine body to go into hibernation. Naturally, he didn't know. Diwu Zhangze also immediately thought of this point, and his expression became somewhat vexed. How long has the Sky Shuttle Array been open? Dugu Mobao asked in a deep voice. Mu Hongyu was stunned. I don't know. I used Lin Qifei's teleportation array to sneak out. There were a few troubles along the way, so I don't know how much time has passed. She looked very guilty. Dugu Mabao closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes. His clear and bright eyes were now dark and cold. The next moment, he raised his wrist slightly, and a piece of purple scale armor suddenly flew out. Wang! An enormous transmission array suddenly appeared before their eyes. Although she had seen it before, Mu Hongyu was still shocked by this scene. He could casually construct a teleportation array to enter and exit the Divine Ruins world. Just how strong was he? Dugu Mabao lifted his leg and walked into the teleportation array. Mu Hongyu hurriedly followed. Diwu Zhangzi frowned. His lips moved, but he still chose to speak. Debao, when we go back this time, you must not use your divine power again. Last time, he was lucky enough to avoid it. But if he were to do it again, and it was in Lingxiao College, then, on the teleportation array, a bright light suddenly appeared. That bright light shone on his face, but it was as if a layer of frost had fallen. He didn't speak. The light flashed, and the two figures instantly disappeared. In the desert, only Diwu Zhangzi was left. He looked at the place where the two had left. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. It was useless to persuade him. How could he sit by and do nothing when was in trouble? Last time, for her, he forcefully reconstructed his divine body. Even if he could only appear in front of others with the appearance of a child, he wouldn't hesitate. Not to mention other things. Lingxiao College. Dusk fell, but more than half of the college was already illuminated by the light of the Sky Shuttle Array. As time passed, the power of the Sky Shuttle Array became more chaotic. Flowing light flew everywhere, and it was extremely dangerous. The entire Thousand Wine Mountain had almost collapsed. Only the spring in the middle remained unmoved. At this moment, almost all the elders of the academy had gathered here. They all understood that this time, the college was in great danger. If something really happened to the college today, then the culprit is Sheng Wanyu? Yi Wenzhua, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, was shocked for a long time after seeing the scene in front of him. This was the first thing he said. Some people looked over. Elder Bo Yen suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Deputy Dean, now isn't the time to talk about this." Yi Wenzhua sneered. Am I wrong? If not for her, the Thousand Wine Mountain wouldn't be like this in order to let her contracted beast break through to become a crimson gold heavenly phoenix. The hidden danger in the Thousand Wine Mountain has been buried for tens of thousands of years. She couldn't be blamed for everything that had happened today. Moreover, she had already rushed down the moment the incident happened, and Rong Xiu was behind her. Elder Bo Yan's anger was also surging. He was already very worried about the current situation, and Yi Wenzhua was still mocking and ridiculing him. This was too much. Yi Wenzhua retorted, so what? Could it be that the lives of the two of them could be compared to the lives of Ling Xiao Academy? In my opinion, the dean was too good to her and spoiled her. Elder Bo Yen was furious. Suddenly, a deep and mellow voice came from afar. She's my disciple. What's wrong with me being good to her and spoiling her? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1544. This voice seemed to come from a very far place, but when it landed in everyone's ears, it was as clear as if it was right in front of them. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. Under the black night sky, a figure was striding toward them. Elder Bo Yen and the others were pleasantly surprised. Dean. Yi Wenzhua's expression changed. Why did he come back at this time? When the numerous students in the academy heard this voice, they all raised their heads in curiosity and looked over. Most of them had only heard of this dean in rumors, but had never seen him with their own eyes. In the Divine Ruins world, who didn't know that Lingxiao College's dean, Nan Su Huai, was a top expert in the world? Celestial physician, martial artist, and mystic master, and all of them had reached an extremely high level. Many people who entered Lingxiao College wanted to be his disciple. However, he had high standards and had only accepted one disciple over the years. He doted on this disciple to the extreme, to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. However, this master and disciple were both geniuses among geniuses, experts among experts. It made people envious and jealous, but they didn't know who to target. Countless people wanted to be Nan Su Huai's disciple, but at the same time, countless people wanted to be Chu Liuyue's master. Therefore, at this moment, most people were filled with curiosity and admiration as they looked at the person in the sky. It was an old man wearing a white robe with a green jade token at his waist. Other than that, he didn't have any other accessories on his body. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, looking hale and hearty. The night wind blew, and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. At a glance, he looked like an immortal. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown from the horizon to the front of everyone. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. This legendary Dean was indeed worthy of his reputation. Dean! You're finally back. Elder Bo Yen immediately stepped forward. Elder Huafeng and the others followed closely behind with excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't be blamed for being so, because they really didn't expect the Dean to rush back at this time. In the past few years, the Dean had been away and there had been no news. They announced to the outside world that the Dean had gone out to travel, but only they knew that this was not the case. If not for the fact that Elder Bo Yen had a way to confirm that the Dean was still safe and sound, they would have misunderstood that something had happened to the Dean. During this period of time, the Academy had been in constant trouble. Now, even the Sky Shuttle Array had a problem. At this moment, they were naturally filled with joy and excitement to see the Dean return. Nan Su Huai patted Elder Bo Yan's shoulder. Bo Yan, it's been hard on you. Elder Bo Yan felt sour in his heart, but he immediately suppressed it and shook his head. You handed the academy over to me, so this is what I should do. It was just that. Bo Yan's incompetence had resulted in the current situation. Nan Su Huai smiled. You has stirred up trouble again. How can you be blamed for it? Don't worry, when she comes out, I'll definitely punish her. Elder Huafeng and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. Dean, can you save the two of them? Given the current situation, they didn't dare to have any hope. But since the Dean said so, it proved that, Iwen's gritted his teeth. Junior brother, the Sky Shuttle Array has begun to collapse, how are you going to deal with it? Nan Su Huai glanced at him and smiled. You don't have to worry about it. With that, he turned his gaze and looked at the Thousand Wine Mountain. Rong Xiu also went in. Elder Bo Yen and the others nodded in unison. Nan Su Huai sighed. His Highness is really magnanimous. Digression, his hands were already frozen and red and swollen. 6 p.m. mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1545. If he couldn't make it back in time, then, all mystic cultivators stay here. Everyone else, step back for now. Nan Su Huai ordered. No one objected and did as he said. Perhaps it was because their backbone had returned, but everyone's mood had calmed down a lot. Seeing the elders taking their positions according to Nan Su Huai's order, Iwenzhua felt aggrieved. He knew that these people trusted Nan Su Huai wholeheartedly and revered him. It was because of him that many people chose to stay in the Spirit Firmament Academy. Nan Su Huai had been absent for the past few years, but the college had been stable. However, these people had a very different attitude toward him, the vice president. Iwenzhua knew that although everyone called him vice president, on the surface, there weren't many who really took him seriously. This was one of the reasons why Iwenzhua felt so resentful. He was Nan Su Huai's senior martial brother. In terms of status and strength, he had the upper hand. But in the end, all the benefits and reputation were given to Nan Suhuai alone. Everyone knew that the president of Lingxiao College, Nan Suhuai, was extremely talented and powerful. But how many people still remembered him? Yi Wenzhua took a deep breath and turned to look at Thousand Wine Mountain. It was meaningless to talk about this now. He just wanted to see how Nan Suhuai and the others were going to survive this disaster. The sky shuttle formation had collapsed. It wasn't that easy to repair it. Swoosh! After the mystic cultivators and elders took their positions around Thousand Wine Mountain, Nan Suhuai rushed to the center. His movement technique was graceful, and his movements were light. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the sky. And his feet were facing the mouth of the spring at the top of Thousand Wine Mountain. Nan Suhuai looked down. At this moment, the power of the sky shuttle formation had gradually retreated from the mouth of the spring. The surroundings were bright and resplendent, but only the center was dark and gloomy. The night was dark, and there were no stars or moon. From here, one could only see the rippling light above the mouth of the spring, which was dark and mysterious. The auras of the two people seemed to have been completely isolated and couldn't be detected. Nan Suhuai's expression turned solemn as he raised his hands. It was a pair of extremely white and smooth hands that emitted a faint glow. It was as if they were meticulously carved from the finest translucent white jade. He slightly staggered his feet and moved his palms. As his fingers moved, countless streams of light rapidly gathered in front of him. Very quickly, it formed the outline of a Xian formation. As time passed, more and more streams of light converged from all directions, constantly filling up the Xian formation, causing it to become even more complex and perfect. Nan Suhuai's expression was indifferent. It was as if he had casually plucked some of the power of heaven and earth, and easily transformed it into his own power, and condensed it into a profound formation. Great Grand Master! When the surrounding elders saw this scene, they were all shocked. To be able to perfectly fuse with the heaven and earth origin power, and even mobilize and condense it into a complicated profound formation, this was indeed something that only a great grandmaster could do. Could it be that the dean has been busy making breakthroughs in the past few years? Elder Bo Yen could not help but mutter softly, his eyes still filled with amazement. Above the Mystic King Division was the Great Mystic King Division. Above that was the Great Grandmaster. On the surface, there was only a gap between a Great Xian King Master and a Great Grandmaster. However, in reality, it was extremely difficult to cross this natural chasm. Lingxiao College had not had a Great Grandmaster breakthrough for 100 years. Even someone as talented as Nan Suhuai had stayed in the Great Xian King Master realm for a very long time. This is great! Elder Ouyang and the rest at the side were overjoyed. Now that the dean has become a Great Grandmaster, he should be more confident in dealing with this sky shuttle formation. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another, their minds also calmed down a lot. Yi Wenzhua had one hand behind his back as he stared at Nan Suhuai, who was in midair. His fists were clenched tightly, and his veins were popping out. Nan Suhuai actually defeated him again. During this period of time, he faintly felt that he was about to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm, but after waiting for a long time and trying many methods, he was still a little short in the end. Originally, he did not particularly care because he firmly believed that he would break through sooner or later. But now, seeing that Nan Suhuai had snatched it from him, his heart was instantly filled with unwillingness. But this kind of thing could not be rushed in a short period of time. He could only endure for the time being. Now, it was up to Nan Suhuai and the rest to see if they had the ability to protect Lingxiao College. If they could not, Nan Suhuai would become a sinner for all eternity. At that time, it would not be too late for him to make a move. In less than half an incense's time, a huge Xian formation appeared in front of Nan Suhuai. Nan Suhuai's expression was solemn as he pushed his hands forward. Raging Waves Formation. That huge Xian formation began to descend slowly towards Thousand Wine Mountain. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of surging tides. The distance between the two Xian formations was constantly shrinking. The forces of both sides began to collide and entangle with each other. Light splashed in all directions. Even the surrounding space was shattered by this violent force, collapsing inch by inch. Everyone, listen to my command. Condense. Nan Su Hui suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone was already prepared. At this time, when they heard the command, they all attacked without holding back. The raging waves formation suddenly shone brightly. From afar, the two Xian formations looked like two huge gears that overlapped with each other. The sky shuttle formation was spurred by that strange force and spun faster. The appearance of the stab death and raging waves formation was to slow it down again. Although the raging waves formation's level was not as high as the sky shuttle formation, after gathering the strength of all the elders, it could barely contend with it. Gradually, the speed of the sky shuttle formation's rotation slowed down. Even those silver lines that had deviated from their original trajectory were affected by this force and began to return to their original positions. Everything seemed to be in order. Seeing this, all the elders heaved a sigh of relief. However, they still did not dare to let down their guard. For the past 20 days, there were no problems. However, on the last day, there was an accident. Moreover, it happened under their strict surveillance. The force that was suppressed under the spring was obviously far beyond their imagination. Therefore, until the last moment, their hearts would not be at ease no matter what. Everyone's strength was being consumed crazily. Among them, a few of the elders' faces had begun to turn pale. At this time, they were all relying on their willpower to support themselves. However, seeing the situation of Thousand Wine Mountain turning for the better, the pressure in their hearts lessened. Listen. That knocking sound seems to have disappeared. Amidst the silence, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone came back to their senses and instinctively leaned their ears to listen. As expected, the thumping sound had already disappeared. Now is the time. Nan Su Hui made up his mind and looked at the spring of Thousand Wine Mountain. Suddenly, he crushed the green jade token on his waist. Bang! In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the spring. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1546. It was Rong Xiu. Under the night sky, the wind whistled and the dark clouds were thick. His snow-white robes had already been torn in several places and were stained with blood. However, the shocking aura that surged around his body caused people to tremble with fear. When he flew into the air, everyone saw that he was actually holding a woman in his arms. Who else could it be other than Shangguan Yu, who flew away earlier? However, she was leaning against Rong Xiu's arms. Her face was slightly tilted and no one could see her face. Looking from afar, one could only see her long black hair hanging down her shoulders. It's Rong Xiu and you, Elder Bo Yen and the rest were delighted. Although the two of them were injured, they didn't seem to be in fatal danger. He really didn't know how they had managed to survive in the Sky Shuttle array for nearly a month. These thoughts flashed through their minds and didn't stay for long. Anyway, as long as they were alive, nothing else mattered. Shangguan Jing had been worried for an entire month. When he saw the two of them, although the stone in his heart couldn't be said to be completely lifted, it was still much more relaxed than before. Luckily. He didn't dare to think that if something happened to you, Shangguan Jing tried his best to suppress his urge to go forward and waited patiently. Next, as long as everything went smoothly, the two of them would be able to return safely. Rong Xiu hugged Chu Luyue tightly in his arms. At this moment, under their feet was the Sky Shuttle formation that hadn't been fully repaired. Above their heads was the shocking waves formation that had just descended. The two Xian formations overlapped and fought against each other. The distance in the middle was still shrinking. They had to leave this extremely dangerous place as soon as possible. Looking at the two of them, Nan Suhui frowned. It could be seen that the two of them had suffered quite a bit in the spring during this period of time. Fortunately, they had already come out. As long as they could break free from the restraint of the two Xian formations, they would be able to escape safely. A silver line suddenly drifted over. It was wrapped in a faint cold air that was bone-chilling. It was faintly suffused with a faint trace of blood. Rong Xiu's eyes turned sharp. Boom! He raised his wrist, and a golden flame suddenly burned. Sizzle! An ear-piercing burning sound could be heard. The thing quickly dissipated in front of Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu moved his feet and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a strange sound came from the sky shuttle formation beneath his feet. Crack! Rong Xiu subconsciously looked down, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The sky shuttle array suddenly stopped operating. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden silence. Everyone sensed that something was wrong and felt a chill in their hearts. Even Nan Suhuai's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he almost didn't even think about it as he shouted sternly. Quick! Rong Xiu's toes moved, and he was about to forcefully tear open space. However, just as the space trembled and the spatial rift was about to appear, a loud bang suddenly resounded from the wine mountain below. Bang! A huge black palm suddenly rushed out from the mouth of the spring. That hand was very strange. It was abnormally big, but the joints were clearly defined. On the back of the hand, there were slightly bulging red blood vessels. There were also long fingernails on the fingertips. At first glance, it looked very similar to a real hand, and not an illusion. After the hand appeared, it directly grabbed the sky shuttle formation and pulled it hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky shuttle formation seemed to be stimulated by the power of this extremely strange hand. It started to rotate again at an astonishing speed. However, at this moment, the middle part of the formation had started to disintegrate, and the astonishing power contained in it was gradually rioting. In the next moment, the hand directly grabbed Rong Xiu and Nan Suhui. Rong Xiu quickly dodged with Nan Suhui in his arms. The hand grabbed empty air, but in the next moment, it directly grabbed at the raging waves formation above. The same scene played out again. In front of that hand, the Xian formation seemed to be made of paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Ever since the incident on the Wine Mountain, they had thought of countless possibilities. However, they didn't expect that it was only a hand that was suppressed below. However, what they didn't expect even more was that the power of this hand was actually so strong. Putting the raging waves formation aside, the sky shuttle formation was of a higher level. Even activating it required the cooperation of the Academy's elders. However, at this moment, in front of this hand, it was destroyed so easily. What is that? Elder Bo Yen was stunned on the spot. They were considered to have seen a lot of the world, but at this moment, they still couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Shengguan Jing stared at that hand. He didn't know what was going on, or what kind of secrets and grudges were hidden under the Wine Mountain. However, he could see that this hand, clearly, it came from a certain cultivator's divine body. The unique aura of a divine body couldn't be wrong. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. Because, under this hand, it didn't seem to be a complete divine body. In other words, what was suppressed under the Wine Mountain was only this hand. As if to verify his guess, the hand suddenly rushed out of the Thousand Wine Mountain. Although it was called the Wine Mountain, it was already in ruins at this moment. It was indeed only a hand that was connected to the forearm. It seemed to have been directly cut off from the elbow by someone. There were even faint traces of a sharp blade cutting through the wound. However, this arm, even the flesh, blood, and bones inside were all black. It is indeed a divine body. Shengguan Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. In this world, almost all cultivators could only have one divine body in their lifetime. A divine body could be separated from the physical body, but it couldn't exist alone. Back then, he had buried his divine body in the tomb. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul was still there. That was why he was able to wake up again after 1,000 years. However, he had never heard of a divine body that had such terrifying power after cutting off half an arm. After destroying the two Xian formations, that hand went straight for Rong Xiu and Chu Luyue again. That hand was very big, and it was enough to grab the two of them and crush them forcefully. The biting cold air kept getting closer. Rong Xiu turned around and saw that the hand was already in front of him. A blood-colored totem was faintly discernible in the palm. A vast pressure came rushing over. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1547. Swoosh. A figure quickly appeared in front of Rong Xiu and Shengguan Xiu. It was Nan Su Huai. I'll deal with this. Rong Xiu, bring you, back. Nan Su Huai shouted. When the two of them came out, he saw Yu lying in Rong Xiu's arms. She seemed to have fainted. He did not know how she was doing, so he did not dare to let the two of them take the risk. Rong Xiu did not hesitate. He immediately stepped back when he heard Nan Su Huai's order. A ray of blue light flashed by. A sharp longsword appeared in Nan Su Huai's hand. The longsword was translucent and blue in color. It was about 3 fingers wide, and there were some strange patterns engraved on it. When he swung it, the cold light shone. Nan Su Huai held the sword with both hands and stood in front of him. His aura surged. The next moment, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned by something and began to surge toward the sword in front of him. As the energy accumulated on the sword increased, the color on it became deeper and purer. At first glance, it looked like it was carved out of blue jade. Whoosh! The abundant energy of heaven and earth swirled around Nan Su Huai, forming a huge vortex. It was majestic. At this moment, the black palm was closing in on Nan Su Huai. Swoosh! Nan Su Huai raised the sword with both hands and slashed it down. A ray of blue sword light suddenly flew out. Swoosh! Along with this slight sound, the space in front of him was actually split open by a huge spatial crack. Countless black turbulence surged out. At the same time, Shengguan Jing and Elder Meng also moved. Shengguan Jing held a long saber and slashed horizontally. Elder Meng crossed his hands in front of him and threw out a ray of force. In an instant, it condensed into an extremely sharp triangular awl. The three of them each took one side and trapped the black palm in the middle. Between heaven and earth, energy raged. Several forces collided and fell into a chaotic battle. Rong Xiu quickly retreated with Chu Luyue in his arms. At this moment, they were still under the control of the power of the black palm, so they were surrounded by turbulence. Several sharp auras scraped past their bodies like sharp blades. Chi! A slight air-piercing sound was heard. Rong Xiu's gaze turned sharp as he hugged the person in his arms even tighter and dodged. At the same time, a ball of golden flames suddenly exploded in front of the two of them, forming a wall of fire, blocking the frenzied energy outside of his body. A strand of Chu Liyue's hair was silently cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Rong Xiu's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. A thick black color flashed past his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Chu Liyue suddenly coughed. Rong Xiu immediately looked down and saw her pale face scrunched up. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her thick and long eyelashes were trembling slightly. Rongxiu shouted and tightened his grip on her waist. Chu Luyue finally woke up slowly and opened her eyes. Seeing Rongxiu, there was still a moment of confusion in her eyes, as if she had not understood what had happened. Rongxiu, however, heaved a sigh of relief. He bent down and kissed her gently between her eyebrows. It was extremely restrained, but also extremely precious. He really did not want to see the same scene a second time. Now that he could see her wake up, it could not be better. Her cool and soft lips gently kissed between his eyebrows. Leaning on his firm, broad, and warm chest, she listened to his strong heartbeat, again and again. Chu Luyue finally remembered the cause and effect of the incident. Rongxiu? She murmured and subconsciously looked around. We are out? In truth, her consciousness had always been in a half-conscious state. She wanted to wake up, but she could not open her eyes. In her memory, she had been running in that boundless white space for a long time. Only when the golden fire had set the plains ablaze did she finally break free of that invisible shackle. It was currently night, and the sky was dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the moon and stars could not be seen. However, not far away, there was an intense battle that was currently in progress. When she saw that huge black palm, Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly understood. That was the thing suppressed under Myriad Wine Mountain. That aura was definitely not wrong. But, how could such a hand possess such terrifying strength? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Chu Luyue saw that several forces in the surroundings were fiercely attacking that palm. A dark blue sword light had already rushed in front of the palm. Clang! A dull crashing sound rang out. That sword light slashed at that palm, but it was as if a sword had landed on incomparably hard iron. Nan Su Huai was shocked. In the next moment, he saw that blue sword light shatter with a bang. Countless streams of light splashed out. Nan Su Huai's chest shook, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Shengguan Jing and Elder Meng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The power of this hand seemed to be more terrifying than they had expected. Nan Su Huai had used all his strength in that attack. However, the sword of a venerable god expert was so weak in front of this hand. The hand continued to move forward. Nan Su Huai raised his sword, but the blade was caught by the black hand. The incomparably sharp blade did not leave a single mark on that hand. Nan Su Huai knew that this was not good, and immediately wanted to retreat. But it was too late. The black hand fiercely snapped. Crack! Nan Su Huai's sword was snapped in half just like that. At the same time, Nan Su Huai was also hit by a powerful force, and his body flew backward. Master! Chu Luyue was shocked. Almost at the same time, Shengguan Jing and Elder Meng's forces were also easily shattered by that hand. Their attacks obviously could not stop it at all. What happened in mid-air shocked all the onlookers in the college. Not only the students, but even the experienced and knowledgeable elders were also shocked at this time. No wonder. No wonder Lingxiao College had been carefully guarding Mount Wanjiu for so many years, and dared not make any mistakes. It turned out that there was such a terrifying force hidden under the mountain. The hand turned and then clenched in the direction of Rongxiu and Chu Luyue. From their point of view, they could see the blood-red totem in the center of that hand. Rongxiu was alerted and retreated again. However, at this time, a powerful force suddenly came from that hand. In an instant, it was like a storm. A turbulent and terrifying aura swept over madly. The water droplets in Chu Luyue's body suddenly spun rapidly, and vaguely, they were about to be snatched away by that hand. Rongxiu hugged her even tighter, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. However, at this time, he was only a great deity. How could he resist the power of that hand? Countless wounds quickly appeared all over his body. Dark red blood stains silently spread on his white brocade robe. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1548. Chu Luiyue suddenly said. Give me Scarlet Heaven Sword. Rong Xiao frowned and looked at the person in his arms. Of course, he knew what she wanted to do, but how could he agree in such a dangerous situation? Chu Luiyue shook her head lightly. It's looking for me. Moreover, she was the one who had caused this trouble. Naturally, she should be the one to solve it. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were unusually determined. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Rong Xiao's eyes seemed to be surging. It seemed like a long time, but it also seemed like it was just a moment. A faint but evil smile suddenly appeared on Rong Xiao's handsome and devilish face. His thin scarlet lips curled up slightly. It was magnificent and had an indescribable charm. Chu Luiyue was in a daze for a moment. This man had always been cold and noble, but this smile was like an immortal and a demon, unpredictable. Swoosh! A cold light flashed past. He handed Scarlet Heaven Sword to Chu Luiyue. I'll wait for you to come back. If you don't, I'll go find you. His voice was cold and low. Chu Luiyue took the sword. Wait for me. Chu Luiyue turned around. Between her eyebrows, it was boiling hot. She touched it subconsciously. It was smooth. That boiling hot feeling quickly disappeared. She frowned slightly, but did not think too much. Holding Scarlet Heaven Sword, she looked at the black palm in front of her. The water droplets in her dantian seemed to be forcefully taken away in the next moment. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth. She channeled the force in her body into Scarlet Heaven Sword. The next moment, she raised the sword with both hands and slashed down. Clang! That hand easily blocked the Scarlet Heaven Sword. Then, that hand went straight for Chu Luiyue. Her figure was slender to begin with. At this moment, she seemed even smaller in front of that huge black palm. It was as if that hand could easily crush her body and shatter her bones. When Sheng Wanjing and the others saw this, they were almost scared out of their wits. The few of them wanted to step forward, but they were all blocked by the terrifying pressure. This black palm was truly too powerful, and it caused them to be unable to even take a step closer. Elder Bo Yen and the others were also pale. Even the three of them together couldn't do it, let alone others. Within the academy, on the various mountain peaks, the numerous students who were watching the situation all fell silent. The situation was pretty much set in stone. No matter how powerful Sheng Guanyu and Rong Xiao were, they were no match for the dean and the others. Which one of them didn't dote on Sheng Guanyu? As long as they still had a way out, they wouldn't just stand by and watch this happen. As for the ending, one could almost forget it at a glance. On top of a mountain, Luo Shishi was in a daze, her eyes red. Seeing her like this, Luo Yanlin's fingers twitched. He wanted to stop her from looking. But after hesitating for a long time, that hand finally landed on her head and gently patted her. Luo Shishi's tears fell from her eyes. The black palm grabbed at Chu Luiyue. However, in the next moment, pure gold and transparent flames suddenly surged out of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered half of the sword. The flames burned brightly, producing an ear-piercing sizzling sound. A thick stench of black smoke spread out from that hand. Woo-woo! In a daze, there seemed to be a mournful whimper coming from that hand. Chu Luiyue was standing right in front of that hand. When he looked up, he could see that there seemed to be countless skeletons floating in that hand. The gloomy and oppressive aura spread wildly in all directions. Chu Luiyue felt a chill run down his spine. Beside Thousand Wine Mountain, on a mountain peak some distance away. In a cave halfway up the mountain, light flickered. Lin Qifei stood beside the huge teleportation formation. His face was pale, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead. In order to support this teleportation formation, the force in his body was almost completely depleted. Because of the exhaustion, his body was already trembling. However, his eyes were still fixed on the teleportation formation. There were a few problems with this teleportation formation, and he had already tried his best to repair them. Now, the only thing he could do was to try his best to maintain it. He did not know how Mu Hongyu was doing. His vision turned black. At a certain moment, he finally could not hold on any longer. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. After resting for a moment, he gritted his teeth and stood up. However, this simple action was already extremely difficult for Lin Qifei. Looking at the teleportation formation that was on the verge of collapse, Lin Qifei's eyes flashed with determination. He took out a dagger and slashed his palm. Dark red blood instantly flowed out. He raised his hand and was about to imprint his blood on the Xian formation. With this, he might be able to buzz. The void shook. Above the teleportation formation, flowing light suddenly flashed. Lin Qifei paused in his actions. In the next moment, he saw a figure walking out of it. It was Mu Hongyu. Lin Qifei was delighted at first, but when he saw Mu Hongyu covered in blood and in a sorry state, his heart was in his mouth again. Mu Hongyu? Mu Hongyu's ears were buzzing. She had yet to recover from the impact of the spatial turbulence. When she heard this voice, she instinctively looked up. Mu Hongyu, how are you? Lin Qifei walked forward, intending to help Mu Hongyu. However, after taking 2 steps, he staggered again. Upon seeing this, Mu Hongyu hurriedly rushed over to support him. I'm fine, just some flesh wounds. But you? As she spoke, she sized up Lin Qifei and could not help but frown. With Lin Qifei's current age, it was already very difficult for him to build a teleportation formation of this level. Not to mention that he had lasted for so long. Lin Qifei waved his hand. I'm fine. As he spoke, he took out a pill and swallowed it. Mu Hongyu knew that his situation must be very bad, but it was not good for her to ask. She glanced outside. By the way, how long have I been gone? Along the way, she was worried that she would not make it in time. Lin Qifei swallowed the blood between his lips and teeth. Tomorrow is the last day of the 1-month period, but just now, something happened at Thousand Wine Mountain. He had been staying here all this time and did not know what was going on outside. He could only guess from some of the chaotic movements that it should not be anything good. Mu Hongyu heard this and immediately became even more worried. Something happened again? Then, Lin Qifei looked at her. The person you mentioned. Is he here? Mu Hongyu hurriedly nodded. He's here. Originally, we were together, but not long after entering the Divine Ruins world, he asked me to come back alone. Calculating the time, he should be here by now, but I just don't know if he can solve the problem at Thousand Wine Mountain. In mid-air, Chu Liuyue's body flew forward uncontrollably. A terrifying pressure covered the sky and earth, almost crushing her tendons and bones inch by inch. The water droplets in her dantian were about to burst out of her body. Everyone's eyes were covered with a layer of despair. However, just as the black palm was about to clamp down on Chu Liyue, a purple scale suddenly flew over from the horizon. It was floating and agile, but it also contained a shocking power. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Digression, I'm sorry, everyone. My heart was in a mess this morning. 6 p.m. I hope that everyone can cherish their own lives and that of their loved ones. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience from love. Chapter 1549. The purple scale armor was only the size of a palm. Under the dark night sky, it was inconspicuous. Especially when compared to the huge black palm, it was so small that it could be ignored. However, this small piece of scale flew in front of Chu Luiyue and harshly sliced through the black palm. Pust! With a sharp sound, more than half of the thumb on the black palm was sliced off. The suffocating eerie aura around Chu Luiyue was instantly cut off. Chu Luiyue relaxed and took a deep breath. Fresh air rushed into her lungs and she finally regained her senses. At that moment, she almost thought that she immediately looked in front of her. When she saw the purple scale armor floating in front of her, her eyes widened slightly. After a moment of daze, she suddenly recalled something. This is Debao. She subconsciously turned her head to look around. However, Debao was nowhere to be seen. However, this scale armor was indeed his. They had spent so much time together. She would never mistake it for someone else. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. They looked at the purple scale armor blankly and slowly. For a moment, they were unable to react. What is that? It looks similar to the scale armor of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan. However, upon closer inspection, it's different, didn't you see it? The moment it appeared, a piece of flesh was sliced off from the black palm. You should know that the joint attack of the Dean and the rest could not hurt the palm at all. What is this thing? It's too powerful. Anyway, I think it's on Sheng Guanyu's side. Perhaps today's situation can be saved. Everyone discussed in low voices. Obviously, they were curious about this thing. When Nan Suhuai saw the purple scale armor, he was shocked. A strange look flashed across his eyes. How did that person return? Like Chu Luiyue, he immediately looked around and looked into the distance, searching for something. However, the difference between him and Chu Luiyue was that his actions were very careful and small. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice that he was looking for someone. In addition, there was another person who revealed a look of shock after seeing the purple scale armor. Elder Bo Yen. His brows furrowed tightly, his expression uncertain. When he first saw that thing, he thought he was mistaken. He subconsciously looked at Nan Suhuai. When he saw Nan Suhuai's expression, he felt a heavy pressure on his heart. He was even more certain of his guess. For a moment, his heart was filled with complicated emotions. Suspicion, surprise, anticipation, fear. He could still clearly remember that on the title page of the Academy's register, there was a scale armor that glowed with a faint purple light. Only the successive headmasters had access to this register, and he was only keeping it temporarily because of the special circumstances of the past few years. From this, he was able to learn a thing or two. But he never thought that he would have the chance to see this scale with his own eyes in his lifetime. Doesn't that mean that person, Bo Yen? Bo Yen? What's wrong? Elder Huafeng glanced at Elder Bo Yan's strange expression and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He frowned suspiciously. Do you recognize that thing? Elder Bo Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head reflexively. No, I don't recognize it. I'm just thinking, where did that thing come from? It's actually so powerful. Elder Huafeng didn't doubt him. Because at this moment, he was also thinking about the same thing. It's just a small scale armor, but it has such power. It can be seen that its owner is not an ordinary person. Elder Huafeng narrowed his eyes and stared at it for a while. Could it be that a powerful being has made a move? Elder Bo Yan's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. If it was really that person, it couldn't be described as a powerful being. But 10,000 years had passed, could it be that he was still alive? Moreover, if he really came back, why was there no sign of him? After the purple scale armor appeared, the black palm finally stopped moving for a moment. It seemed to be somewhat fearful. The two confronted each other. Chu Luiyue took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth. Soon, a warm aura surged between her chest and abdomen, spreading to her limbs and bones. Her body, which was originally cold, instantly recovered a lot. Chu Luiyue let out a long breath. This fire spirit pill was something she tried to refine when she flipped through the doctor's book of medicine that Elder Wanzheng had given her during her free time. Originally, she had planned to show this pill to him when she had time so that he would know that she had broken through to become a doctor. But now, the medicinal pill was for her to consume first. It was used to nourish her body, dispel the cold, and promote blood circulation. Previously, she had stayed in the spring for too long, and her body was cold. At one point, even the blood and force in her body had frozen. Later on, although Rong Xiu's help had melted all the frost on her body, there was still a trace of cold energy left in her body. The longer this cold energy stayed in her body, the worse her situation would become. Now that she finally had time, she could completely expel it and remove one of the worries in her heart. She closed her eyes. The water droplet in her dantian seemed to have broken free from the control of the black palm and returned to its normal speed of circulation. Waves of force continuously spread out from it, healing the wounds all over her body. Perhaps because she had broken through to become a high god again, her body's healing speed was much faster than before. In just a short while, some of the wounds had already stopped bleeding and formed scabs. But she still did not dare to let down her guard. Her eyes were fixed in front of her. She suddenly remembered that when Debeo accompanied her to the Divine Ruins world, he did not like to fight. There seemed to be something hidden behind it. But as to what the reason was, she did not know. Even though she had recovered her memories. In fact, she had met Debeo and the others in the Red Moon Desert. And before that, they had never left the Red Moon Desert. Naturally, she did not know that Debeo had such a taboo. She just did not know how Debeo planned to deal with this situation today. Swoosh! Suddenly, several streaks of purple light flew out from the scale armor. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in midair. Chu Luiyue immediately looked over. She saw several flowing lights intertwining and flying downward. Then, the sky shuttle array that had been forcibly shattered by the black palm gathered together again. The broken parts were reconnected by the purple flowing lights, and the distorted parts were corrected bit by bit. Chu Luiyue suddenly realized something. Debeo was actually repairing the sky shuttle array. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1550. Rebuilding a new sky shuttle array would consume an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. Even when Lingxiao College was first built, it had taken everyone's combined efforts to complete it. Now, with Debeo's strength alone, it was even more difficult to complete it quickly and efficiently. Moreover, he was wary now and could not act rashly. Repairing the sky shuttle array was undoubtedly the best choice. Very quickly, the shattered sky shuttle array began to recover to its original state. Purple and silver light intertwined, almost blinding everyone's eyes. The black palm reacted and immediately attacked again, trying to destroy the sky shuttle array. However, before he could get close, there was an invisible pressure that kept him at bay. It was the shocking power of the purple scale armor. The black palm tried several times, but it could not do anything. The aura on it began to become frantic. The sky shuttle array had suppressed it for tens of thousands of years. It finally had a chance to break free. How could it go back? But things were gradually developing in a direction that was out of its control. It had never imagined that the previous owner of the sky shuttle array would actually return. In the past, it could not be completely suppressed by the sky shuttle array alone. That was why Lingxiao College had insisted on drawing Tianlei into the spring all these years, in order to add some power to the sky shuttle array. Now that the power of Tianlei had been largely exhausted, it finally found a chance to break free. Who would have thought that? He was back again. Most importantly, his strength seemed to have become much stronger than it was back then. So much so that even if he did not appear now and did not use his full strength, he could still easily repair the Sky Shuttle array and make it stronger. Woo woo. The blood-red totem on the black palm surged, mixed with a sharp and mournful wail that made one's heart tremble. Seeing that it could not stop the Sky Shuttle array, it turned around and aimed at Chu Luiyue again. It went forward without hesitation and grabbed at Chu Luiyue. But at that moment, a purple stream of light flew over and wrapped around Chu Luiyue's waist. With a light pull, Chu Luiyue's body floated and landed in the center of the Sky Shuttle array in the blink of an eye. Chu Luiyue looked down. The enormous Sky Shuttle array was right beneath her feet. Streaks of flowing light intertwined and gradually returned to its original appearance. Chu Luiyue had never seen the Sky Shuttle array before. She only remembered that she seemed to have been attacked by several heavenly shuttle formations under the spring. Rong Xiao was also injured because of this. Unexpectedly, she was already able to stand at the center of the Sky Shuttle array in such a short time. It was as if his feet were stepping on solid ground, making him feel very secure. What made Chu Luiyue feel even more at ease was that the Sky Shuttle array was filled with Debeo's aura. She knew that he would never harm her. After landing on the Sky Shuttle array, the black palm could no longer approach Chu Luiyue. At that instant, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Little you, watch the formation." Even though she had tried her best to be sharp and cold, she still couldn't hide that soft and sweet cuteness. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. "Debeo." Her lips moved slightly, and she almost shouted out loud. But she suppressed it in the end. Debeo clearly had his own considerations for not appearing. He should be the one most worried about the Academy's crisis. But even under such circumstances, he still didn't appear personally. It was clear that there was more to it. Chu Luiyue suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and nodded calmly. Then, she looked down at the Sky Shuttle array beneath her feet. The Sky Shuttle array's level is extremely high. It's not appropriate for me to appear now, so I can't help you much. If you want to completely repair the Sky Shuttle array, you'll have to do it yourself. Debeo had always been a man of few words, but every time he spoke, his words carried a lot of weight. And this time, it was even more so. A simple sentence exploded in Chu Luiyue's mind like thunder. "What? Me?" For a moment, Chu Luiyue almost thought that she had misheard. She had just recalled her god realm and broken through to the high god level. Moreover, she was injured in the previous battle. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly repair the Sky Shuttle array? Since you've become a high god again, then you should have recovered your past memories. You haven't forgotten what I taught you before, right? Debeo's voice was still calm, as if he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Chu Luiyue choked. "You mean, the Heaven Scroll?" Debeo's words were concise. "Didn't I ask you to memorize everything back then?" Chu Luiyue's vision turned dark. She felt a headache just thinking about it. Back then, when she was still in the Red Moon Desert and hadn't known Debeo for long, he had thrown her a pile of Xian formation diagrams to memorize. At that time, she only felt that each Xian formation was more complicated than the last. Even with her photographic memory, she had to study it for a long time before she could barely memorize them. Who knew that those diagrams were actually his peerless collection? Later, when she entered Lingxiao College, she happened to see the Heaven Scroll that the elders carefully treasured. Only then did she know what it was. The ones in the college's collection couldn't compare to the ones she memorized in the Red Moon Desert. After all, Debeo was the true owner of those Xian formations. No matter how many books there were, how could they compare to him? Although the level of the Sky Shuttle array exceeds your current strength, it is actually similar to many of the Xian formations in the Heaven Scroll. You just have to divide the Sky Shuttle formation into small areas and treat them as the Heaven Profound formation diagrams. She had to break through them one by one. Chu Luiyue frowned hesitantly. Will this really work? Of course it won't work if you just rely on yourself. Every flow of energy in the Sky Shuttle array is extremely precise and can't make any mistakes. Even if you break through them one by one, you still need to master them. As for this point, I will naturally guide you in a while. You and Lingxiao College, whether you live or die, today, it's all in your hands. Chu Luiyue's heart shook. She raised her eyes and glanced at the black palm. Then, she fiercely gritted her teeth. All right. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1551. Outside the Sky Shuttle formation, there was a layer of invisible pressure that blocked all threats outside. De Bao did this to give Chu Luiyue enough time. He couldn't appear, nor could he make a move publicly. However, he couldn't sit idly by and do nothing when Chu Luiyue and Lingxiao College were in danger. Therefore, on the way here, he thought of this compromise. As for whether this method would succeed or not, it all depended on Chu Luiyue. In the eyes of the onlookers, Chu Luiyue was a little strange. She stood in the center of the Sky Shuttle array with her head lowered in deep thought. Her expression was serious and her posture was solemn. It seemed like she was looking at the Sky Shuttle array. But what was there to see about the Sky Shuttle array? Not to mention others, even low-level Xian masters didn't dare to stare at the Sky Shuttle array. The pressure was too strong. If one looked at it for a long time, not only would they not be able to understand it, it might even affect their divine sense and cognition. Only Elder Huafeng and the others could barely stare at it for a while, but they couldn't do it after a long time. However, everyone soon realized that something was wrong. Because Chu Luiyue had been staring at the Sky Shuttle array for a long time. What is you looking at? Elder Bo Yen couldn't help but ask softly. Ever since he knew that it was very likely that person had returned, he felt much more at ease. However, on the surface, she didn't look much different from the others. Elder Huafeng frowned. She's looking at the Sky Shuttle array, but I remember that when she left the academy back then, she was a Xian King Master, right? Could it be that her strength has increased again? Otherwise, how could there be no abnormalities after staring at the Sky Shuttle array for so long? A Xian King Master was equivalent to a demigod among martial artists. In Lingxiao College, where geniuses gathered, they weren't considered the top. The reason why Chu Luiyue was able to obtain an extremely good ranking on the Xian Master ranking back then was because she was good at many Xian formations and her combat strength was too strong. That was why she could firmly suppress those Xian Masters of the same level. Even so, her level was still there. There was still a big gap between her and a Xian King Master. She just returned. After summoning the God Realm, she broke through to the God Realm again. As for the others, I don't think I've made any breakthroughs. I'm still the same as before. Elder Bo Yen said with uncertainty. Elder Huafeng was at a loss. Then how did she? Before he finished speaking, Elder Bo Yan's expression changed. Seeing his expression, Elder Bo Yen looked over in surprise. With one look, he was stunned on the spot. This was because Chu Luiyue, who was in the middle of the Sky Shuttle array, had suddenly attacked. A brilliant ray of light flew out from her slender fingers and gently floated down. In the next moment, the stream of light connected the two broken lines of the Sky Shuttle array. Perfect fusion. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding elders. There was dead silence all around. Even if many of them weren't mystic cultivators, they more or less had some understanding of this. What level was the heavenly shuttle array and what level of Xian Master was she? What was she doing now? Repairing the sky shuttle array with his own strength? Chu Luiyue did not care about the reactions of the people around him. This matter was extremely difficult for her to complete, so she had to focus all her attention and not be careless at all. Seeing that the power had successfully merged into the sky shuttle array, Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. Although a few years had passed, she still remembered the Xian formation diagrams of the heaven scroll clearly. Immediately after, a second stream of light flew out from her hand. Elder Huafeng finally couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She is going to completely repair the sky shuttle array with her own strength? Digression. Let me tell everyone a small thing to take note of. In the north, in winter, you must eat before bathing. Today, February went to bathe without eating. In the end, she had low blood pressure, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. She barely managed to come out by holding onto the wall. Then, as soon as she lay down, her arms instantly went numb. It took her more than 10 minutes to recover. Her mind was completely clear about half an hour later. But she's back to normal now, so there's no need to worry. Everyone, please pay attention. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1552. Although Chu Luiyue's body was injured, it was fortunate that her mind wasn't injured. Therefore, at this moment, it wasn't too difficult for her to gather her strength and repair the sky shuttle array bit by bit. In her mind, she had already divided the huge sky shuttle array into several small Xian formations. This sky shuttle array was the same as the Xian formations in the Heaven Scroll. They were all created by Debao, so it was inevitable that they would have the same effect. It was precisely this point that made it convenient for Chu Luiyue. As she recalled the Heaven Scroll that she had memorized before, she carefully sent out waves of force to repair the incomplete sky shuttle array bit by bit. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? What was going on? 15 minutes ago, Chu Luiyue was still in danger of death and was like a piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. How did the situation suddenly turn around in such a short period of time? She stood on the sky shuttle array, and that black palm could no longer approach her easily. Not to mention taking her life, it would be difficult for it to even harm a single strand of her hair. The key was that Chu Luiyue actually started to repair the sky shuttle array without saying anything. Elder Huafeng couldn't help but rub his eyes. How? How did you do it? After a short period of shock, Elder Huafeng was even more puzzled and curious. He was also a Xian master, and among the elders of Ling Shao Academy, he could definitely be considered one of the most outstanding ones. However, even he didn't dare to guarantee that he had the strength to repair the sky shuttle array. However, not only did Chu Luiyue do it, but she also seemed to be very stable. Elder Bo Yen didn't say anything. He vaguely guessed something in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure. The other elders also fell silent. Shengguan Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Chu Luiyue, who was standing on the huge broken Xian formation, with his brows tightly knitted. He wasn't a Xian master, but he was a weapon refiner. He more or less understood how difficult it was to repair the sky shuttle array. However, the current situation was simply too strange. "Senior Shengguan, how are you?" A voice came from the side. Shengguan Jing turned his head to look. "Dean Nan, you're too polite." Nan Su Huai let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Regardless of anything else, Shengguan Jing's seniority was higher than almost everyone here. In addition, he was a Taizu from Chu Luiyue, so he naturally had to be polite. "But you, Shengguan Jing hesitated. How could Nan Su Huai not know what he was worried about? "Senior Shengguan, don't worry. Yu has always done things appropriately. Since she has chosen to do so, then let's wait and see. Maybe it can really solve the problem." Hearing this, Shangguan Jing's expression changed slightly. His eyes lingered on Nan Suhuai's face for a moment. Nan Suhuai's expression was sincere. Compared to the worried and nervous look from before, it seemed like it was a little different. Shangguan Jing's mind raced. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and nodded. I hope so. Not long after Nan Suhuai finished speaking, he rushed towards Rongxiu. At this moment, Rongxiu was also looking at Chu Luyue. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. Sensing Nan Suhuai's arrival, Rongxiu's eyes moved slightly and glanced at him. Greetings, Dean. Nan Suhuai raised his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. How are you? As he spoke, Nan Suhuai had already quickly sized up Rongxiu. His white brocade robe, which was always neat and new, was now tattered and stained with blood. Anyone who saw him would know that he must have gone through a tribulation. Nan Suhuai sighed inwardly. The only person who could make him like this was you, Dean, don't worry. Rongxiu is fine. Rongxiu said faintly. Nan Suhuai nodded. He knew that his thoughts were still on Chu Luyue, so he didn't continue to ask. You will definitely be fine. As for you, your injuries aren't light either. Rongxiu paused and nodded. Thank you, Dean. Rongxiu knew what to do. Some people in the surroundings had already begun to look over. Nan Suhuai's lips moved as he turned to look at Chu Luyue. Time slowly passed. That black palm seemed to gradually become restless. It had tried to attack Chu Luyue several times, but it was useless. Even if there were some small energy fluctuations, Chu Luyue didn't care at all. She had put all her energy into repairing the Sky Shuttle array. She was already very familiar with the Xian formations in the Heaven Scroll, so it wasn't too difficult for her to comprehend the Sky Shuttle array. With Debao's help, everything went smoothly. At first, everyone was still worried that Chu Luyue wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But soon, they realized that this thought was unnecessary. Because a long time had passed, and Chu Luyue's expression didn't even change much. She only needed to raise her hand, and it seemed as if she had endless power. Of course, this was mainly because she was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth around her at a faster speed. The water droplet in Chu Luyue's dantian had already stored a vast amount of force. In addition, it was extremely efficient at converting the energy of heaven and earth into Chu Luyue's own power. Naturally, Chu Luyue didn't have to worry about the depletion of force. With Debao's help, the strange power of the black palm was isolated. The feeling of the water droplet being forcefully taken away didn't appear again. Chu Luyue gradually entered a good state. Slowly and accurately, she repaired the Sky Shuttle array. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. The sun rose, and the sunlight shone down. Just like that, a new day arrived. Many people looked at the gradually rising sun, and their hearts were filled with emotions. That night, no one in Lingxiao College slept peacefully. Everyone was sober, waiting, and suffering. Even now, they were still persevering, and didn't dare to slack off. The Thousand Wine Mountain was already in ruins. In mid-air, a huge Xian formation floated silently. Purple and silver intertwined, shining brilliantly. It was the Sky Shuttle array. After a night, the originally dilapidated Sky Shuttle array had been mostly restored. Everyone had gradually accepted it from their initial shock. Even if this matter seemed too unbelievable, but the truth was right in front of them. Chu Luyue's eyes were bloodshot, and her face was pale. If one stood close, they could even see her trembling body. However, the look in her eyes was still very firm and serious. In reality, she had already exhausted her mind and strength. She was just relying on the water droplet to hold on. Now, only a small piece of the Sky Shuttle array needed to be repaired. Once it was done, that hand could be suppressed again. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and sent out the last ray of light. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1553. Sensing that something was amiss, the black palm suddenly tore open space and tried to escape. Nan Su Huai's expression hardened as he swung his sleeves. The torn space was actually mended again. Nan Su Huai's strength was inferior to the other party, but this was Lingxiao College, which had been heavily guarded for thousands of years. Other than the barrier outside the college, there were also many precautionary mechanisms inside the college. It wasn't that easy to enter and exit Lingxiao College. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up and saw that the purple and silver sky shuttle array had been completely repaired. Many of the nodes were faintly glowing with a reddish-gold color. It was obvious that Chu Luiyue's power had condensed on this Xian formation. Compared to the previous sky shuttle array, this one's aura was obviously more powerful. Chu Luiyue held her breath. Her ears were filled with silence, and she could only hear the sound of her heart beating violently. Thump. 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 Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. At this moment, she was exhausted, but looking at the sky shuttle array under her feet, her intense joy and excitement made her feel much better. Her eyes were bloodshot, but they were unusually bright and as bright as the sun. Not to mention others, even she was filled with uneasiness and apprehension before this. But in the end, everything was completed smoothly. In the eyes of others, this might be an extremely inconceivable thing. But only Chu Luiyue knew that her success this time didn't mean that she had broken through as a Xian master. It didn't even mean that her strength in this aspect had increased. It was all because of the right time, place, and people. In this world, other than Debao, no one was more familiar with the Xian formations of the heaven scroll than her. And in her body, there was that heaven-defying water droplet. Plus, with Debao's guidance, it was really too coincidental. "Girl, it's not over yet." Debao's voice fell into her ears. There was a hint of hoarseness in his soft and cute voice. Obviously, although Debao didn't appear this time, he was still very worried. This night, the most difficult one wasn't Chu Luiyue, but him. "I know." Chu Luiyue nodded with a firm expression. His eyes were a little more dignified. Now, she had only repaired the damaged parts, but whether this sky shuttle array could still operate normally, she would have to test it out. "The energy in your body has been depleted. You can't activate the sky shuttle array again." He had to think of another way. Debao's words made Chu Luiyue worry. "Then, take out the 2 Tian baby." Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before he summoned the heavenly square cauldron. A small transparent square cauldron sat quietly in his palm. Looking from the outside, it was completely translucent, and colorless karmic fire burned inside. But only Chu Luiyue knew what was hidden inside. "Remember, just take one." Chu Luiyue did as he was told. With a thought, a fingernail-sized heaven-wrecking holy seed floated out from within. It was a shuttle-shaped object with 2 pointed ends and a small round belly in the middle. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. As if sensing that the 2 Tian baby had been summoned, the other one in the cauldron became restless and wandered around restlessly. Chu Luiyue put away the heavenly square cauldron and held the 2 Tian baby in his hand. Countless onlookers saw Chu Luiyue's subtle movements. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What did she take out from the heavenly square cauldron? "I didn't see clearly, but it seemed to be a small thing." "Tisk, if it's hidden in the heavenly square cauldron, it must be something extraordinary. Maybe it's a rare treasure?" "That makes sense." Sigh. "Speaking of which, if this is true, then Shangguanyu has too many trump cards, right?" "Humph, she even repaired the sky shuttle array." What's so strange about her having more treasures? Don't forget that she's not Chuyu now, but Shengguan Yu. She's the dean's disciple, the princess of the Yuntian Tower, the descendant of Shengguan Jing. Any one of these identities would be envied by the world. Such a huge gap made people feel powerless even if they were jealous. Chu Luyue ignored the chaotic discussions around her. She held the 2-Tian baby tightly and stared at the black palm not far away from her. In the next moment, she suddenly injected the last of her force into it. Chi! She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her palm. Chu Luyue opened her hand. It was the 2-Tian baby that had cut her hand. Blood filled the air. The heaven-wrecking holy seed quickly absorbed the bloodstains, and its entire body turned red. It looked like a translucent red jade. Suddenly, the 2-Tian baby began to tremble slightly. Chu Luyue felt something and pursed her lips slightly. She had only heard about the 2-Tian baby from Taizu. She only knew that it was an extremely precious treasure, but she didn't know the details. Roughly calculating, she had already obtained the heaven-wrecking holy seed for a very long time. But from the beginning, the 2-Tian baby had been suppressed in the heavenly square cauldron and hadn't caused any trouble. If it weren't for Debao's reminder, Chu Luyue would have almost forgotten that she had this thing. Bang! Above the heaven-wrecking holy seed, a small opening suddenly split open. A tender green leaf slowly grew out of it. The 2-Tian baby was small, so the leaf was naturally smaller. It was only the size of a soybean. But the color was tender green, very plump, and there were thin veins on it. It looked full of vitality. Chu Luyue looked at it curiously. So, the 2-Tian baby could grow? She couldn't help but reach out and touch the leaf. At this moment, the small and delicate leaf suddenly swayed gently. Whoosh! Chu Luyue suddenly heard a sound in her ear. She looked back, and a flash of shock flashed through her eyes. Behind her, in the originally clear sky, a wave suddenly appeared. They were like waves rolling over the ocean. Those waves were also snow-white in color, and they were vast and mighty as they swept over. This was a tide formed by the condensation of the energy of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, the energy of heaven and earth would only condense into a white mist when it was pure to a certain extent. If one wanted to condense it into a watery state, the requirements were even stricter, and it couldn't be obtained easily. But now, this tide had appeared so easily. Suddenly, an absurd and bold idea flashed through Chu Luyue's mind. She subconsciously turned back and lowered her eyes to look at the 2-Tian baby in her hand. Could it be? The green and tender leaf swayed gently once again. Whoosh! The tide formed by the condensation of the energy of heaven and earth rushed over at an even faster speed. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1554. In the sky, white waves surged and rolled over. Seeing such a commotion, the onlookers within the Spirit Firmament Academy all widened their eyes in shock. That was, 2-Tian baby? Nan Su Huai was the first to react. He looked at Chu Luyue's palm again. From here, he could see that it was a small shuttle-shaped object. A small bud had sprouted on it, and it looked green and cute. However, it was this seemingly cute and harmless little thing that easily gathered the energy of this world, condensing it into a tide that covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed over. Crash! Then, the huge sky shuttle array was drowned by the white waves. Chu Luyue moved her feet and was about to leave when she suddenly saw the frightening force split into two when it reached her. The white waves passed by her side. It was very powerful, and its aura was awe-inspiring. However, it was like a gentle breeze brushing past her, without any fierceness. Chu Luyue paused and blinked. She subconsciously looked at the 2-Tian baby in her hand. This energy tidal wave was indeed caused by it. In an instant, the sky shuttle array, which was glowing, had an abundant amount of energy flowing into it. The white waves condensed from the energy of heaven and earth were quickly annihilated by the sky shuttle array. In an instant, the sky shuttle array shone brightly. Crack! With a slight sound, the sky shuttle array began to rotate slowly. Chu Luiyue sucked in a cold breath. It was activated just like that. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she knew that many elders had been mobilized to activate the sky shuttle array. Everyone worked together to summon the sky shuttle array and activate it. But now, the two Tian baby had only gently waved a leaf, and it actually, not only Chu Luiyue, but almost everyone who saw this scene was shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. It was not that they had never heard of the heaven-wrecking holy seed. As a legendary treasure, the two Tian baby was extremely mysterious, and very few people had seen it. Most people would at most have heard some relevant rumors, but they knew very little about it. Who would have thought that not only would they see it, but they would also witness its power with their own eyes? The sky shuttle array began to rotate, and the light on it became even more resplendent. Woo woo! A sharp wailing sound came from the black palm once again. Chu Luiyue looked up and his pupils shrank. Blood-colored veins bulged on that hand, making it look extremely sinister and terrifying. It seemed like he wanted to escape. Suddenly, the black palm swatted viciously at Chu Luiyue. The pressure this time was even more terrifying than any of the previous times. Lass! Retreat! De Bao immediately shouted. Chu Luiyue was already prepared. With a tap of his toes, he quickly retreated. The sharp nails on the black fingers brushed past her face. A faint stinging pain came from Chu Luiyue's face, and in an instant, a bloody scar appeared. But she didn't have time to care about that. She used the fastest speed she had ever used in her life to retreat. Pitter-patter. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the void above the sky shuttle formation collapsed one after another. Even the invisible force boundary that had protected Chu Luiyue was shattered. Then, the black palm landed heavily on the sky shuttle array. The two forces collided violently, and the heaven and earth almost shook. After a short moment of silence, the violent forces rolled out in all directions. Chu Luiyue was the first to bear the brunt. Her chest felt heavy, and her body flew back uncontrollably as if it had been hit by something. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her waist. Chu Luiyue relaxed and let herself fall into the familiar embrace. The familiar cold fragrance wafted over, instantly calming her intense heartbeat. Nan Suhuai's expression turned serious. Everyone, listen to my order. Set up the force boundary. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and took the lead to run. At the same time, a strand of vigorous origin energy swiftly gushed out from the center of his palm. The elders immediately reacted and took action one after another. Streams of origin energy intertwined and formed a huge force boundary in the air in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The two forces fought fiercely, and the aftermath spread out and hit the force boundary. The force boundary began to shake violently, and even the nearby mountains were affected. For a moment, the mountains shook, and huge rocks rolled down. Shengguan Jing and Elder Meng also took action. The forces inside were still colliding and swallowing each other, and the aftermath was endless. However, with their help, the force boundary that was about to shatter was finally stabilized. At this moment, the sky shuttle array suddenly spun faster. Countless streams of light shot up to the sky and bound the black palm tightly. Then, crazily strangled it. The palm began to struggle violently, but it couldn't break free. Many strangulation marks appeared on the palm. Gradually, scarlet blood gushed out from it. The sharp and shrill cry almost penetrated everyone's eardrums. This time, even the many students who were watching in the distance heard this strange sound. Everyone's expression changed slightly. This thing was really strange and sinister to the extreme. Fortunately, the Sky Shuttle array this time was much stronger than the previous one. Not only was it not destroyed, but it gradually gained the upper hand and started to counterattack. At this moment, every second became incomparably torturous. After an unknown period of time, only a loud bang was heard. Finally, the black palm was completely crushed. The purple and silver light on the Sky Shuttle array enveloped it. Immediately after, everyone saw that the huge black palm was instantly torn into pieces. Strangely, no scarlet blood splattered out. Those black pieces of flesh quickly burned and finally turned into black smoke, disappearing in an instant. Only a thick sweet and fishy smell filled the air and didn't dissipate for a long time. Chu Luyue half-turned and looked at Rongxiu. At this moment, she was in a very sorry state, and there was a bloody wound on her face. She looked very haggard. However, her eyes were as black as jade and as bright as stars. Rongxiu. Her pale lips curled up slightly into a faint arc. Rongxiu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her with a heavy gaze. This time, I didn't lie to you. I came back safe and sound. Rongxiu's hands suddenly tightened, but he restrained himself, afraid that he would touch the wound on her body. She reached out, wrapped her arms around his lean waist, and leaned on his chest. She could clearly hear his heartbeat in her ears. There were only a few layers of thin clothes between the two of them. The warmth of his body quickly spread to her body. His ice-cold body seemed to have warmed up. After a moment, a low voice came from the top of her head. You, be good. In the future, stay by my side forever. She gently closed her eyes, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. Okay. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1555. It was an agreement and also a promise. After Chu Luyue finished speaking, she fainted in Rongxiu's arms. She was already exhausted, but she was barely holding on with her last bit of willpower. When Chu Luyue saw that the heavenly shuttle formation had settled the big problem, she finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. She slept for a month. Jiuheng Mountain. In the hall, a few people sat on both sides. Yu has been unconscious for so long. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Nan Suwai couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were filled with worry. Shengguan Jing paused and said, too much has happened. Her mental and physical strength are already exhausted. Now that she can finally rest, it's normal for her to be unconscious for a long time. Among those present, he was the one who knew how hard it was for the child. In the eyes of others, Chu Luyue had broken through from the middle stage of the 8th rank to become a great god in just a few months. It was simply heaven-defying luck. However, who knew what she had gone through in the process? Especially when she recalled the divine realm and forcefully broke through to become a great god. Ordinary people might not be able to do it even after decades, but she did it all in just a few months. How could she not be tired? Not to mention repairing the Sky Shuttle formation and turning the tide. That had almost exhausted all her energy. Nan Suhuai's expression softened when he heard that. What you said makes sense. These few years, that girl must have suffered a lot. Anyway, those matters in the academy have been handed over to them. Let you rest well. It's just that she hasn't woken up yet. In the past month, they would come here every day to sit for a while. Unfortunately, even after using all the pills and methods, there was still no sign of her waking up. They had no idea how long she was going to sleep. That was why they felt uneasy. Elder Bo Yen sat at the side and looked at Shengguan Jing and Nan Suhuai. He sighed in his heart. In fact, there were many things he wanted to ask. However, Yu had been unconscious all this time and these big shots' attention was on her. He didn't ask any more questions. Among these people, it was obvious that they had a tacit understanding with each other and had never really talked about that girl. For example, why did she leave the divine realm at Pengmin Mountain? Why did she suddenly leave? She left for several years without any news. When he appeared again, he had a completely different identity. She even lost some of her memories. After the Thousand Wine Mountain riot, she insisted on going down no matter what. Was it really because she wanted to make up for the mistake of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix devouring the power of Tianlei? Other than that, there's also the director's whereabouts for the past few years. Where did he go? And why did he come back at the most crucial moment? In the end, what made Elder Bo Yen the most unsettled was whether that person had returned that day or not. Ever since the incident ended, there hadn't been many people in the academy. One mystery after another, causing people to be extremely confused and filled with doubts. But now, these curiosities and questions could only be temporarily suppressed. Suddenly, the sound of familiar footsteps came from outside the door. They looked up and saw that the person who came in was none other than Rong Xiu, who had been taking care of Chu Luyue all this time. Nansu Huai stood up first. Rong Xiu, how's you? Rong Xiu's expression was indifferent. She's not awake yet. When they heard this, they all looked disappointed. Although they had already guessed it, they couldn't help but feel disappointed when they heard that. However, the injuries on her body have more or less healed. Although her injuries were serious, now that she had returned to the high god level, her body's recovery was naturally much stronger than before. The reason why she was unconscious for so long was indeed as Sheng Wanjing said. She was too tired and needed to rest. That's good, they looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Although she wasn't awake, it was still good news for them. In that case, we can rest assured. Continue to take good care of her. We'll take our leave first. With Rong Xiu around, there wasn't much to worry about. Rong Xiu nodded. Farewell, everyone. They got up and walked out. Just as they reached the door, they suddenly heard a fluctuation from outside. Rong Xiu's eyebrows twitched slightly as he raised his arm. The barrier of Zhoheng Mountain opened silently. A familiar figure quickly flew in. Dean. The person who came in a hurry had a worried look on his face. It was Elder Wensi. Wensi, why are you here? Nansu Huai walked out of the door and was puzzled when he saw the person who came. Calculating the time, Elder Wensi should be dealing with the aftermath of the academy's incident. Elder Wensi quickly stepped forward and handed over a palm-sized reddish-gold feather with a frown. Dean, there's a letter from the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix? Nansu Huai took the feather. Its entire body was reddish gold and was as hard as iron. It was shrouded in a faint layer of pressure. It was indeed the keepsake of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Yes. And this letter can only be opened by you. Elder Wensi added. They rarely interact with humans. Why did they write to us this time? Elder Bo Yen muttered in confusion. Nansu Huai suddenly thought of something and his expression became solemn. He used a bit of force on his finger and the feather flashed. Then, a few lines of words appeared in the air. Nansu Huai looked at it and frowned halfway through. By the time he finished reading those few lines of words, his expression had become completely serious, and a layer of cold air had enveloped him. Not long after, the few lines of words slowly disappeared. The reddish gold feather also turned to dust and was blown away by the wind. Dean, what did they say? Elder Bo Yen asked worriedly. They stood to the side and couldn't see what was written. Nansu Huai paused for a moment. This is a letter written by the patriarch of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Everyone was shocked. Patriarch? But hasn't that person not come out for several hundred years? I heard that he's very proud and never interacts with humans. As an ancient divine beast, the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan is proud in their bones. However, this clan leader was the most extreme among them. I heard that a venerable god expert was injured and needed a medicinal herb that only the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan has. So they came to ask for it. In the end, they waited outside the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan for 3 days and 3 nights, but the other party refused to see them. In the end, this venerable god expert could only leave in disappointment and was left with an eternal injury. His strength never improved for the rest of his life. When everyone heard this, they all sighed. They didn't even give face to a venerable god expert. It can be seen how proud the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan is. But now, why did this person suddenly write a letter? Nansu Huai said coldly. It wants you, to break the contract with the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix and apologize. Digression, I'm going out in February. Today is the 4th watch. I don't want everyone to continue waiting. Tomorrow is the 6th watch. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1556. Terminate the contract? Apologize personally? The few of them were stunned. The Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan had always been arrogant. It was normal for them to be unwilling to accept Yu's contract with a Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix. But this request was a bit too much. Isn't this a joke? Yu's contracted magical beast had followed her for many years. It had broken through from a 9-colored heavenly pheasant to a Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix. Now, they want to terminate it just like that? Wasn't this a little too overbearing? Elder Bo Yen, who had always been mild-tempered, couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that Yu and Dumpling had gone through a lot of torture to reach where they were today. Now, the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan had casually sent a letter and wanted them to terminate the contract. How could there be such logic in this world? Elder Wensi sighed inwardly. After knowing who sent the letter, he was a little worried. He felt that it must have something to do with Yu. But he didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing and rude. They should know about what happened in the academy some time ago. Although Dumpling was born as a 9-colored heavenly pheasant, she's now a true Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix. That person naturally has to take care of it. Nan Su Huai said. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Moreover, the academy made such a big commotion this time. Although they had tried their best to suppress the news, the entire Divine Ruins world probably knew about it now. But they don't have to be so unyielding, right? Elder Wensi couldn't help but ask. This letter was written directly to the dean, but the other party obviously didn't give them any face. It was no wonder that the dean's face turned cold when he saw the letter. Mao Yao suffered a big loss because of us previously. It might have something to do with it. Elder Bo Yen guessed. He couldn't be blamed for his conspiracy theory. It was just that Mao Yao was extremely arrogant and narrow-minded. It was impossible for him to let the previous matter go so easily. Nan Su Huai nodded. The Great Phoenix Dragon and the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix are 2 great ancient divine beasts. The relationship between them has always been very subtle. Although they have never shed all pretense of cordiality on the surface, there are many secret struggles in private. To them, a contract between their bloodline and a human is definitely not something to be proud of. In fact, it can even be considered a stain. Now, the news of Yu contracting a Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix must have already spread like wildfire. More importantly, she has also contracted a 3-eyed eagle. When most people heard about this, their first reaction would be shock and curiosity. After all, it was indeed very rare to be able to contract 2 divine beasts at the same time. But in the ears of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan, it was bound to make them even more unhappy. The Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan might be mocked by the Great Void Phoenix Dragon clan because of this. That was why their attitude was so unyielding. Everyone fell silent. Nan Suhuai's words made sense. This matter, not to mention Yuer, even I will not agree to it. Shengguan Jing suddenly spoke. His tone was calm, but his expression was very firm. The other party simply did not place Yuer in their eyes. It was a blatant humiliation. Senior Shengguan, don't worry. Yuer is my disciple. I stand on the same side as you on this matter. Nan Suhuai's expression eased a little. I will personally reply to them and make it clear to them. This matter is absolutely non-negotiable. Yuer is still unconscious at this time, and the Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix clan wrote such a letter. It was simply too much. I will go. A slightly hoarse voice suddenly came from the side. They were startled and turned to look. They saw the door was opened, and a slender figure walked out and stood by the door frame. It was Chu Luyue. Rong Xiu's eyes flickered slightly, and he took the lead to walk over. His pace was calm, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already walked to the door. Awake? Rong Xiu stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. His palm was wide and warm, and that heat seemed to spread from her forehead to her whole body. Chu Luyue smiled slightly. I'm fine. At this time, she was facing the sky without any makeup. It seemed that she had just woken up because she had slept for too long, and there was a trace of redness on her face. Her bright black eyes were clear and bright like stars. Her fine black hair was a little messy, and she was only wearing a thin white undergarment. Rong Xiu quickly scanned her body, and his eyes darkened slightly. Her waist seemed to have slimmed down a little. Rong Xiu faintly replied, then, he took out a black cloak and put it on her. Suddenly, Chu Luyue felt the weight on her body, and she blinked. She was not cold. Rong Xiu did not stop, and he even helped her to tie the collar carefully. After that, he took half a step back and nodded in satisfaction. It's cold. Don't catch a cold. Chu Luyue was speechless. It was noon, and the sun was just right. She would definitely feel hot with this cloak. How could she feel cold? But when she met his deep and calm eyes, Chu Luyue's lips moved, and in the end, she nodded obediently. Shengguan Jing and the others also came over and looked at her with joy. Seeing that she seemed to be in good spirits, and that the injuries on her face and body were almost healed, they were relieved. We thought that it would take some time for you to wake up. How are you feeling? Chu Luyue's lips curved into a smile. Thank you, Taizu, Master, and Elder for your concern. Yu has recovered. In fact, she had already regained consciousness a few days ago, but her body was too tired, and she could not wake up. Now that she was almost fully recovered, she could get up. That's good. Nan Suhuai sighed softly, and looked at her with a doting gaze. It's been hard on you during this period. Chu Luyue's heart warmed, and she shook her head. Actually, I should say that I've implicated the academy. Nan Suhuai glared at her. Stupid girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If anyone dared to say that it was because of his precious disciple's mistake, he would never allow it. Chu Luyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. She knew that she couldn't say this in front of her master, so she swallowed the rest of her words. Rong Xiu knew what she was thinking, and he said softly, everything in the academy is back on track. You don't have to worry. Chu Luyue was finally relieved. She had done her best, and she had no regrets to get the result today. Chu Luyue paused for a moment and looked at Nan Suhuai again. Master, did the letter mention the time? Nan Suhuai froze for a moment, and then he realized what she was asking, and he couldn't help but frown. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw Chu Liuyue's expression, he hesitated. "You really want to go?" Chu Liyue nodded. "Dumpling is my contracted beast, but it also belongs to the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. This time, I have to go." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 1557. Shengguan Jing's expression was rather disapproving. "You, the patriarch of the first group of Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenixes has an arrogant temperament. This letter is even more unfriendly. If you go, you will inevitably be wronged." These words were tactful. In fact, judging from the other party's character and style of doing things, if Chu Liyue really did as he said in the letter and personally went to the appointment, what awaited her might be unimaginable humiliation. He naturally couldn't bear for her to suffer this. Chu Liyue smiled and said, "Taizu, although Dumpling broke through to become a Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix later, according to the rules, since she has inherited this bloodline, she must make a trip back to acknowledge her ancestors. Previously, we didn't have time. Dumpling and I originally planned to go when we were free. Now that their patriarch has written a letter to urge us, we can take advantage of this opportunity to go. I know what you are worried about. Dumpling is my contracted magical beast. I naturally won't agree to the other party's request for us to terminate the contract. This time, I am going to make it clear to them openly. If you don't go this time, they will definitely not let it go. Things will only become more and more troublesome." Chu Liyue's words made the few of them fall silent. In fact, they also knew in their hearts that what Chu Liyue said was the truth. As long as Dumpling was still a Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix and still followed Chu Liyue, they would definitely not sit idly by. From the fact that the letter this time was personally written by their patriarch, it could be seen that they were more concerned about this matter than they had expected. Nan Suhuai frowned. "But if you go this time, it will be very dangerous. Why don't I reply to the letter and arrange another place with them?" Chu Liyue couldn't help but laugh. "Master, how can that be considered an apology?" Nan Suhuai didn't care and snorted coldly. "The ancient divine beasts have a noble status, but our Lingxiao College is not to be trifled with. How can we let them bully us?" Previously, Mao Yao had barged into the academy and caused quite a ruckus. If it wasn't for Chu Liyue's counterattack, Nan Suhuai wouldn't have let it go so easily. Even so, he still made a mental note of the great Phoenix Dragon. And now, it was the Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix's turn. There was no end to it. It was getting worse. Just stay in the academy. I don't believe that they can come and tear down the entire academy. Chu Liyue knew that Nan Suhuai was thinking for her, but at this time, she really didn't want to add more trouble to the academy. "Master." Chu Liyue paused for a moment and then said thoughtfully. "The academy has just gone through quite a bit of trouble and is now at a critical juncture. There's really no need to push the academy into the teeth of the storm because of these things." During this period of time, she had been in a daze and didn't know much about the situation outside. However, she could roughly guess what was going on. The 10,000 Wine Mountain was destroyed, and many of the academy's elders suffered great losses. The current Lingxiao College could not afford to suffer any more setbacks. Shengguan Jing pondered for a moment. "I'll go with you." This way, he could more or less be at ease. Chu Liyue nodded. The other party indicated that they wanted to see her. The Taizu's identity was special. Even if she followed, the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan would have nothing to say. This would not implicate the academy. Nan Suhuai still wanted to persuade Chu Liyue, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw her firm attitude. "Master, did they say the time and place?" Chu Liyue asked. The Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan had always been very mysterious. The world only knew that they had always been living in the divine Phoenix Mountain, but almost no one knew the specific location. Nan Suhui said in a deep voice. They gave us a month's time. As for the place, Dumpling has the bloodline of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan, so she can naturally find it. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. There was still plenty of time. She paused, and her expression became serious. May I know, where is Jun Juqing now? I want to see him. That Shengguan Yu is really lucky. Yi Wenzhua fiddled with the ashes in the incense burner and said coldly. The air was filled with a faint bitter aroma. I can't believe she survived under such circumstances. He had originally thought that she would not be able to escape this time. She has a lot of trump cards. The two Tian baby played a big role in her escape this time. Jun Juqing stood behind Yi Wenzhua and said emotionlessly. You're right. Yi Wenzhua paused and sneered. The red cloud sword, the heavenly square cauldron, the two divine beasts. Any one of them would be the envy of the world. She alone has all of them. Such luck could be considered heaven-defying. No wonder she could summon the divine realm again and become an exalted god after a few years. As he spoke, he turned to look at Jun Juqing. You, on the other hand. You were about to become an exalted god, but you were delayed for a few years and only succeeded now. Those people in the clan have often mocked you in private because of this matter. He would never hide these words from Jun Juqing. He wanted to let Jun Juqing know that the world was cruel. If you don't become stronger, you will only be at the mercy of others. Jun Juqing lowered his eyes. I know. Master has been worried about you for the past few years. Fortunately, you have successfully broken through, so those people can't say anything. Yi Wenzhua put down the things in his hand. Shengguan Yu has a lot of treasures, but you don't have much either. You must study the Dharma spells and divine artifacts that I gave you. Yes. Yi Wenzhua stared at him. Back then, as the senior brother, I was much more experienced and stronger than Nan Suhui. But in the end, the position of the dean fell into his hands. Master's hopes are all on you now. You must defeat Shengguan Yu. I have already lost once, and I don't want to lose a second time. Do you understand? Jun Juqing looked up expressionlessly. I know. Yi Wenzhua looked at him for a long time. I'm warning you. Rongxiu is useless because of Shengguan Yu. You. Knock knock. Before Yi Wenzhua could finish his sentence, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. Vice Dean, Shengguan Yu is here to visit. Yi Wenzhua's expression turned cold. What is she doing here? A few years ago, when he was still in the academy, Shengguan Yu rarely came here. There must be something wrong with her sudden visit today. Jun Juqing's eyes flickered. Is she awake? Yi Wenzhua narrowed his eyes, got up, and walked out. He wanted to see what Shengguan Yu was up to. Creak, as soon as the door opened, Yi Wenzhua saw Chu Luiyue standing in the courtyard. Strangely, there was no one else beside her. She came alone. Yi Wenzhua looked her up and down with an impatient expression. Shengguan Yu? What are you doing here? Chu Luiyue smiled slightly, and her gaze landed on the figure behind him. Vice Dean, I'm here today to look for Jun Juqing. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.